You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. We're back. Took a little break last week. I be needing it. I know my family hosts be needing it. So we're back this week. So it's good to see everybody in the house. Son Scotty tonight, let's send him some positive, high, loving energy. He's actually on set filming tonight. So we love you, son Scotty. We know you're going to do well. And we're thinking of you and we're sending you loving and positive energy. So that's my baby boy. Want to make sure he's straight. So shout out to the YouTube chat. I see Know Thyself. I see Sis Tanya in the house. Sis Stephanie. Queen Ottawa, Sis Nary. Sis Taneri does genealogy every Wednesday. I think I want to say it's 8:30 Eastern Time, if I'm not mistaken, Sis Taneri at BCU University. It is free. So Sis Taneri is going to drop the link in the chat, and I'll pin it to the top of this chat. So if you're struggling with trying to find your heritage through genealogy, digging through those records, they have a great thing going on BCU University, and it's free. Okay, so they're doing it as a group, and I've seen responses from people that's really happy about being able to dig into their genealogy. So go check it out. It's at BCU University. It's every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's Central. So that's 9:30 our time. See, I mess it up every time. So that's 9:30 Central Time. So Sis Neri, if you drop the link, I'll pin it. I'll post it at the top of this chat, fam. So go check it out. Okay. So shout out to Mohawk, shout out to Sis Divinity, shout out to Brother Lance, shout out to I'm Born Here. I ain't seen you up in here in a minute. It's so good to see you, I'm Born Here. Shout out to Drea, shout out at Welcome Drea, shout out to Leonard, and shout out to the YouTube family. So we are on, we on episode 53. And we're going to wind up finishing out this year with this particular series. It's taken so many twists and turns. Momma Terra and the consciousness of her people. So tonight, I actually have some updates that we have to circle back to some of the material that we've read, the Terra papers, and also this book, Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. And shout out to Brother Sean. He put me up on game on this book. Here's the book, but you can also get it for free via PDF. Google it. The author wants you to get it for free. And then you can also buy the book, of course, to support the author via Amazon. Okay, so we read this, and we'll go. You'll understand why I'm going back into it. So we got a couple things I want to go back over in this book, and also a snippet out of Terra Papers as well, just a snippet. And then what we're currently finishing up, I really like this one as much as I've liked Path to Orion so much that I'm going through it in its entirety. So this one, shout out to Brother Christopher, put me up on this one. It's The Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Professor Chris H. Hardy. Okay, so here's this book. Y'all can see my little raggedy, child, I got all kind of bookmarks because I got so many bookmarks, I run out. Okay, so this book, she's using, translating straight cuneiform, but she also uses other sources that gave their take on cuneiform as well. So a couple of things that we're going to go over tonight is sparking me to go back to a couple of things that we've already covered. It puts a different light on it. It kind of verifies it in a way. So that's what we have on the agenda. So let me bring my co-host in. Let me bring this up. Sis Sandra and Brother Sean's in the house. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Let me see. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda. Peace and love to the family, Brother Sean and Brother Scotty, who's not here.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm doing good. I cannot complain. Oh, shoot. Let me hit record. I do not want to
recording in progress.
Because I don't know when they're going to come out of a bag, honey. So, well, good. Good to hear your voice, sis.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right. Let me bring on Brother Sean. Okay, I think I unmuted him. There he goes. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. How y'all?
Good,
How y'all do?
I'm good.
Y'all
We
good?
good. How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
I'm great.
Good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise, I missed y'all.
Yeah, during the heli days, I'm taking that time because I be worn out, and I know y'all be worn out too. Even the week of Jesus's birthday, we're gonna take that. We're not gonna take that week either. So good to hear your voice. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead on with the fuckery. So, Sis Sandra, you have any updates?
Yeah, I do. I just heard a video, and we're talking about ancestry and heritage and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about family. We're talking about men being men and taking care of your children and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard that, allegedly, what they have been doing with adopted minority children, melanated children,
Uh-huh.
and others, and they were doing experiments on them, allegedly. It's out there in the news and stuff. On certain news stations, of course. And, it's heartbreaking because these kids are orphans. Their parents gave them up for whatever reason it is. Our people gave up their children. Other people gave up their children. Or they went to jail or whatever happened.
Whatever the case, right.
Whatever the case may be. But you know, there's a disparity between the ones that actually get adopted and our children, obviously, because our children, this thing ended up in test trials for HIV and all kinds of other diseases by the infamous Dr. F.
Mm-hmm.
And these children, a lot of them are buried in, I guess, New York, they said, in grave, they put graves out there because they didn't make it through whatever they tested them for. And it's a really a shame that we can't control the issues about who gets adopted and who doesn't and all this kind of stuff. But we can at least be mindful that if you are caught in the process of having a child and you don't want them, don't think that the next person is going to be good to your child.
Come on now, tell it now.
Because
Can you just re-say that? And I knew you was gonna go there. Okay, this is Sandra's anti moment, and it's a very important one. If you don't mind, sis, restating that.
if you get caught up in having a child, do not think that you can adopt that child out, especially a melanated, a Mexican, something like that, and that child is going to be taken care of. Because more than likely, they may be in an experiment, like these children were in experiments. And it's our responsibility to not get caught up in that moment to give our children away.
Indeed.
And I don't know, some people abort. I mean, that's your thing. But the thing is this, just don't take it for granted.
Exactly.
Don't take it for granted that somebody's going to love your child. It's not going to happen. You'll do more love dragging that child around with you everywhere than they will take care of that child when you adopt it out to them or give it up to, the fire station or something like that. I mean, it sounds really nice that if you don't want a child in a certain amount of time, you take it to a fire station and leave them, and then you there's no problems. But that's not true for our babies.
Right.
It's not true at all. And so when Sister Tari, no, whatever. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, Tanari.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
These children will never know who they are because they are adopted out by silence. They don't trace the parent. So it'll make it double hard on them to be loving to their own selves as they grow.
Yeah.
And we do them a disservice if this Dr. F gets a hold to him. And he has done many children. He's done it to beagles and anything. They don't have any. I can't understand why people would have so little compassion for an entity, a human or dog or something, that they will torture it.
Yeah.
Just see, they're mad science. They're
demons.
mad science.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
They're mad scientists. And there's so many people who's trusting this mad science. And they call it science, but they forget to put the word mad on it.
Yeah.
Because, I have heard so many people, I've read the science, and I trusted. I said, you read what science? What science is that?
And sure, and I be side-eyeing them like, yeah, okay.
And then they said, well, nobody said anything about it being bad for you. I said, Lord have mercy. You're not looking hard enough. You're not trying to find it. They're doing babies really bad. So you know what they're doing to you. So anyway, that's an
excellent point. Thank you for that, Sis Sandra. That's why I be on my heart to go in regarding family, and I'm not going to back down from it. Just as melanated people, we don't have to, because nobody has to do anything. But the amount of damage that has been done at the family level, that's where the root of the destruction is. Okay. And, now I think I'm probably the last generation where if something jumped off, somebody in the family was going to take care of them babies.
That's right.
Now,
even the elderly.
Absolutely. Even the elderly. Somebody in the family was going to take care of the babies, if, grandma, of course, the first one. But a lot of times it would be an aunt to step in, et cetera, et cetera. And I really feel my generation was the last to do that. I have heard horror stories with the generation after me that did not have that happen. And either they went in the system, and absolutely, it was just horror stories. And it wasn't about even Caucasian adopting them, because most of the times that doesn't happen. Most of the times it's people not even adopting, but fostering the children for a check. And a lot of abuse goes on, etc., etc. So when I get up here and I'm serious about family and I'm hitting hard and I'm punching in the gut, and if it strikes a nerve, maybe that's something to take self-reflection on. We are supposed to be there for our family. Now, not to the point where you're getting used. But I don't know about y'all. I could not have my nieces or nephews in a system.
No.
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. There are more melanated children in the foster care system than any ethnicity. And it's heartbreaking. So that means families are failing. And although I keep continuously saying that, and most melanated people want to look over it and come out of a mother effing bag on me, like I'm sitting making these things up. That's the root of the problem, is family. It's not right to bring these souls in the world and you just toss them aside. Now, everybody fall on hard times, and especially during the crack cocaine era, because that's when a lot of melanated kids, or children rather, really start going in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's when a lot of them start going in the system. But it needs to be cleaned up. And sitting around with denying and with hurt feelings, you in the bag. Well, if your feelings hurt, could that maybe be striking a nerve with you? I cannot expect anyone to respect me. I cannot expect anyone to give me anything. I cannot expect for anyone to have compassion and love and treat me a certain way when I don't do it for myself and I don't do it for my blood. It's just not gonna happen. That's not the way energy is set up. And until melanated people start taking care of self first and family, it's always going to be some drama. Like I kept telling y'all, nobody can get you out of this situation but you. You have to sweep around your own doorstep.
Say that again, sis.
Nobody is going to get you out of this situation but you. You have to sweep around your own doorstep. Yep, it's hard work. It's all that. Yep, it's sacrifice. Yep, it's putting on your big girl panties, your big boy drawers, but that's what it has to be. And anything else is a deflection. And I'm not sorry that I don't come up here every week to make folks feel good. That's not my responsibility. It is what it is. I'm calling them how I'm seeing them. That's heartbreaking to me to have that many melanated children in the system. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to me to know that they go to in the system when they have aunts and uncles. And if you are a grandparent today, because that's about my generation coming up now as the grandparents, I don't see how y'all, I don't see how you could sleep at night knowing your grandbaby is in the system. I don't see how you can do it. I don't see how you could sleep at night knowing your child or your grandbaby is in an unsafe situation. At a minimum, run and go get that grandbaby. I don't get it. And I don't accept things like that. I'm sorry. And I'm not up here preaching something that I ain't already done and will continue to do. So thank you for that, Sis Sandra. It is important. You have to set the standards for your life. You have to build your family legacy. You have to protect your family. That's your responsibility. Nobody else is going to do it. And just, sending out just protection for those babies, sending out love for those babies. And, I'm sending out an apology because they deserve better. They deserve better. I was fortunate enough, if my mother and my father and my stepfather were on some bullshit, I had aunts, uncles, grandparents that would have swooped in and got us. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sis Sandra.
No, I mean, I'm pretty much done with that. It hurt my heart so bad to see all those children that Dr. F, and we have him in our midst right now trying to treat humanity. If he can't treat a child right, what is he going to do to you? But the man got issues. He really has issues because science is supposed to make mankind better. It's not supposed to make them monsters.
Indeed. Indeed. Thanks for that, sis. That's a biggie. That's definitely a biggie. And anyone that's a mother or just have that motherly instinct, it just breaks your heart. It really, really does.
Yes, it does. It really does.
Thanks for that. Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery tonight?
Well, you ever pay attention to that quote unquote Native American flute music, they meditation music?
Not really. What you got on your mind?
Sound just like the shit I hear in the Kung Fu movies.
You know what? Let me give you your explosion. Damn it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, sis.
No, because you be sending me stuff and it's always some little Asian twist to it. And on one of them, or I don't know if I was watching something else Asian, and I heard that. I'm like, no, you know what it was? It was a documentary. And they was playing that flute situation or whatever the hell. And they would start singing, I said, well, ain't that the Native American stuff?
No, actually, it's still the way around. It's
Oh,
the
they
Asians.
hijacked it.
No, remember, you got to remember who they are. They are Asian descendants. That's calling themselves Native Americans and everything else. And wherever you find them at, you have that same instrumentation.
Mm-hmm.
That's just their way of subtly tying themselves to everything. Because they trying to make everything go back to Asia.
Yeah, they trying hard, ain't they? Matter of fact, I got something on that tonight, too.
I mean, it's just the sheer fuckery of it, even in so-called meditation. Our people aren't doing anything indigenous.
Agreed.
We seem to think that we have to follow or chase after something in the past when anytime one of us pick up an instrument and play something, that's indigenous music.
Indeed.
Period. I mean, it's a whole different frequency. Just thinking back to over all our music, as far back as we can go, we ain't never did stuff like that. Our shit always had a constant rhythm.
True.
I mean, if you want to talk about meditation music, we had soft jazz for that.
Yep.
That'll always put you right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's an excellent point.
How many things that do we embrace that's not naturally ours?
That's a very good point.
That's going off into land patents too.
Child, let me grab this
Oh,
one
yeah.
to the side.
Because every time I've seen somebody research a land patent, and even in researching land patents myself, it go back to an individual. It go back to a family name, not a tribe.
Yep, I remember you saying that.
So, I mean, your relatives could have land patents anywhere and everywhere. That just means that they had money or they cut some type of deal.
Exactly.
Because how they get to own so much land if our ancestors knew that we didn't own the land?
Own anything, exactly.
So at what point did your people start owning shit? I'm just saying, because from the whole time of land patents, that was during colonization.
Mm-hmm.
Am I not correct?
Yeah, you're correct now.
So I'm just saying, this was taken, and then they told us a bunch of bullshit and give us everything. This bullshit.
Exactly.
And we still try and
Right.
try and cling to bits and pieces of it because we hope that that's gonna help us get our 40 acres and a mule.
Right.
That ain't removing them. That ain't removing the system. That's asking for favors within the system or to actually take control of it.
Right.
Not to get rid of a dysfunctional system and create something new.
Indeed.
I don't get it.
I agree.
How you gonna say change and keep asking for the same shit?
From the same system and the same people.
Yeah. I mean, by definition, that's called what?
Insanity. But you know, we don't know what we're talking about. We just hating. Oh, okay then. Let us know how that works out. And again, if it works, no shade to the game.
The thing about treaties, though, T. Christopher, that's they shit. I mean, if somebody here was signing a treaty, they was cutting a deal. They then got their ass kicked. So they signed the deal. How they gonna give you
What's yours?
any acres of land? It's not theirs to give to anybody. It's not ours to accept it.
And I guess do you know, Nisi Poo, if they honored that treaty? I'm gonna guess no. I could be wrong. But I'm
Not
gonna
one
guess.
has been honored.
Exactly.
And it's been hundreds and thousands of treaties. Think of the treaties we never even heard about. The ones that are listed, I'm quite sure there was more treaties than that because there was more tribes.
A lot more tribes. Exactly.
Can I say something?
Currently,
AT&T, there was 2 tribes that Native American, they called them, who just bought some of their ancestral property.
Say that again, sis. I'm sorry.
I said currently AT&T, I just read it yesterday, there was 2 tribes that just was Native American, they say they are, just was allowed to buy some of their ancestral property. And one tribe, I think, was Lenape.
Lenape?
Yeah.
Out east? Look at me.
I'd imagine they're out east. And
yeah.
And the other one, I can't remember what that was. And I was telling my son about it. I read that to him, and he said, why do they have to buy anything if it's theirs?
Exactly. Nisi Poo coming on.
I knew she would.
Cause you know that's her stuff, the land stuff.
She knows she's supposed to be on here anyway.
Well,
I don't know
but you know the
taking her so long.
She probably in the closet as we speak right.
That's exactly where I'm headed.
Girl, I already know. You know, I know.
I'm trying to find my treaty that I was reading earlier so I can go hide in the closet. I need the first page. There it is. Okay. How y'all doing, fam?
Hey, Nisi Poo.
Hey, baby girl.
So I've been, working on my own stuff and doing some genealogy work, of course, with my own family. And one of the last names that I was able to pull that owned a lot of land was the Dorsey family out of Lee County, Opelika, Lee County, Alabama.
Okay.
That's my family. And I'm reading the land patent. I'm reading the land patent. And I said, what in the hell?
Uh-oh.
This thing says in pursuant to the Creek Treaty of 1832. So let me go take a look at this Creek Treaty of 1832. Okay, you got it, 'cause I was
finna pull it. Okay.
So I pulled it up, printed it out, and that is what the children did today for their schoolwork. Because as Mama learned, babies learn. So they read through that whole treaty. The words they didn't understand, they had to write them down and go bust out the big dictionary and define those words.
That's what's up.
So anyone who got babies, they ain't too young to learn these words. Like one of the words was seed. And they was like, oh, that's when you plant something in the ground. It's a seed and it grows into a plant or a tree. I was like, honey, that's probably what our folks thought too.
Okay. And I found it. I'm gonna pull it up. Are you gonna go through it or you just gonna highlight
I'm gonna go through the because the first two articles
Yep, I'm gonna bring it up too.
basically tell the whole thing. So
Okay.
Article 1, well, first let me just read the title. Treaty with the Creeks, 1832, March 24th, 1832, Proclamation, April 4th, 1832. Articles of a treaty made at the city of Washington between Lewis Cass, thereto specially authorized by the President of the United States and the Creek Tribe of Indians. Article 1. The Creek Tribe of Indians cede to the United States all their land east of the Mississippi River. Article 2. The United States engage to survey the said land as soon as the same can be conveniently done. After the ratification of this treaty, and when the same is surveyed, to allow 90 principal chiefs of the Creek tribe to select one section each. All right? One section each, which equals out to be 640 acres.
I was gonna ask, did you know how much area? Okay.
Yep. And then in every other head of a Creek family to select one half section each, which tracts shall be reserved from sale for their use for the term of 5 years, unless sooner disposed of by them.
Wait a minute. Just for my slow edification tonight. So which tract shall be reserved? Oh, they're not gonna sell them.
Basically, that was their reservations. Basically, that was their reservation, and they had that reservation for 5 years, unless they disposed of them sooner, meaning sold them or something like that. Wow. And part of the reason why they even did that is because they was also giving the so-called white folks land as well. Mm-hmm. And them Indians did not want to really be around them so-called white folks because they had just finished fighting the War of 1812.
Right.
So do you want to live amongst people who you just fought? Not really. So that's why they said, okay, we'll give you these lands. You can either A, live there, or you can B, sell it.
Wow.
All right. So a census of these persons shall be taken under the direction of the president, and the selection shall be made so as to include the improvements of each person within his selection. Just basically saying that they're going to the improvements mean like build the house or something like that. If the same can be made so, and if not, then all the persons belonging to the same town entitled to selections and who cannot make the same so as to include their improvements shall take them in one body in a proper form. I don't know what the hell that part means.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
And 20 sections shall be selected under the direction of the president for the orphan children of the Creek, and divided and retained or sold for their benefit as the president may direct. So the president in that one is saying that the president was in direct control of the orphan children land.
Which it would have been a lot if with them just coming up off of this war.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Now, provided, however, that no selections or locations under this treaty shall be so made as to include the agency reserve. Don't really know what that means, but let's keep going. Article 3. These tracts may be conveyed by the persons selecting the same to any other persons for a fair consideration, in such manner as the president may direct. The contract shall be certified by some person appointed for that purpose by the president, but shall not be valid till the president approves it. A title shall be given by the United States on the completion of the payment. Here comes the patent part. Article 4. At the end of 5 years, all the Creeks entitled to these selections and desirous of remaining shall receive patents therefore in fee simple from the United States.
Wow.
Article 5. All intruders upon the country hereby ceded shall be removed therefrom in the same manner as intruders may be removed by law from other public lands until the country is surveyed. And the selections made, excepting, however, from this provision, those white persons who have made their own improvements and not expelled the Creeks from theirs. Basically, what that says is if you kind white folks don't bother the Creeks, y'all can stay on the land.
That's
if you are
basically
intruders who are
they gave them their land.
Yep.
They gave the squatters their land.
Yep.
And told them y'all get along.
Right.
Yep. Exactly. Such persons may remain till their crops are gathered. After the country is surveyed and the selections made, this article shall not operate upon that part of it not included in such selections, but intruders shall, in the manner before described, be removed from these selections for the term of 5 years from the ratification of this treaty or until the same are conveyed to white persons. So what they did was they conveyed the same to white persons. So the white persons were able to get the same land package.
White people, y'all hear that? Or reading that, Caucasians? So don't get cognitive dissonance.
Y'all on Creek land. That's Muskogee. Shout out to the ancestors. 29 sections, in addition to the foregoing, may be located, and patents for the same shall then issue to those persons being Creek, to whom the same may be assigned by the Creek tribe. But whenever the grantees of these tracts possess improvements, such tracts shall be so located as to include the improvements and as nearby in the center. Don't really know what that means. And there shall also be granted by patent to Benjamin Marshall one section of land to include his improvements on the Chattahoochee River to be bounded for 1 mile in a direct line along the said river and to run back for quantity. There shall also be granted to Joseph Bruner, a colored man, 1/2 section of land for his services as an interpreter. How the hell he know how to speak Creek but he colored? And come on now. I think Joseph Bruner was Creek, but we'll just let that go. All right, Article 7. All the locations authorized by this treaty, with the exception of that of Benjamin Marshall, shall be made in conformity with the lines of the surveys, and the Creeks relinquish all claim for improvements. That right there, Article 7, is very important because the surveys, when you guys see on your documents, it'll say something like township range, section, aliquot. That was the beginning of the carving up and allocating out. And that was the system, the survey system. You cannot buy or sell land without a survey unless it has a parcel number.
Now, Nisi Poo, when you look at, I know the South Carolina charter, you go back to the original one, they have the land surveys in there, the very first ones on how they carved up the land. So you're absolutely correct.
Yep. This is crazy, y'all. And I'm sitting here looking, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. How they go from owning the land? Now, they owned the land, but prior to 1832, like it was like they were all born. And I kept asking my granny, I said, where y'all lived anywhere else? She said, my family lived there the whole time. We always been in Opelika. I was like, so you telling me they ain't never like moved from like Mississippi or Louisiana? She said, Tamika, baby, we've been in Lee County, Opelika the whole time. And I said, okay, I'm gonna go look again and see if I can find anything. And lo and behold, I found it. A whole entire section. So it makes me think if he had a whole section, then he had to have been maybe a chief. Because that's what the thing says.
Joseph Bruner?
No, talking about my lineage.
Your people. Yeah.
Yes, because I had to get on the phone with my grandma.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got to go call grandma. I'm like, come on, Nana.
Absolutely.
I need this info now, Nana. What's going on?
Right. Wow.
So we ended up finding that out, and I'm sitting here as I'm talking to y'all, looking at the whole block. I can't take my eyes off of it. It's a whole subdivisions, lakefront properties, big old 6-bedroom houses sitting on there. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is my 4th generational grandfather's slave. And then furthermore, this is Creek territory. Mm-hmm. All of these people are sitting on Creek territory, and I bet they probably don't even know. Majority of them don't even know.
And don't care. And that's why I get a pure attitude when you have a Caucasian white men talking about some patriotism. Who? No, I'm not agreeing with any of that. Your people don't have any rights to the land.
They don't. Now, the thing about it is there was 90, how it said it, they gave 90 chiefs and the heads of households 320 acres. And then the signatures on here, there's not 90 signatures.
Exactly, because
so
I zoomed down to that.
Yeah. It's Opal de Holo.
His X mark. Didn't it say his X mark, not his signature? Now, I don't trust that. Continue, Nisi Poo.
And Eskimatwa, Tuche Bache Nico, Tumac Nico, William McGilvery, and then Benjamin Marshall. And Lewis Cass, of course, is on there. And then it shows at the bottom who was present when they did the signatures. Last name Bell, last name King, last name Tipton, Wilkins, Clay, Fight, Marty, like Mardi Gras. I thought that was interesting. Isaac, Crow, Marshall, Carr, and Brodnat. Now, I also thought it was interesting that Benjamin Marshall was a signature, and he's also in the presence. How you gonna witness your own signature?
Exactly.
That Marshall guy, I don't know about him. There was another part that was very interesting to me, which was Article 14. I'll read that and then yield. It says the Creek country west of the Mississippi shall be solemnly guaranteed to the Creek Indians, nor shall any state or territory ever have a right to pass laws for the government of such Indians, but they shall be allowed to govern themselves. Y'all lie. All right, so far as may be compatible with the general jurisdiction which Congress may think proper to exercise over them,
there it goes.
And the United States, well, see, they be double talking.
Yeah, it's the double talking.
Me off. And the United States will also defend them from the unjust hostiles of other Indians, and will also, as soon as the boundaries of the Creek country west of the Mississippi are ascertained, cause a patent or grant to be executed to the Creek tribe, agreeably to the 3D section of the Act of Congress of May 2nd, 1830, entitled, An Act to Provide for an Exchange of Lands with the Indians residing in any of the states or territories and for their removal west of the Mississippi. Article 15, this treaty shall be obligatory on the contracting parties as soon as the same shall be ratified by the United States. So they some treaty breakers, they've been some treaty breakers, and the treaties were never a treat for us.
And my thing is, like I said, and reading through these treaties, you see the bull S, because like you said, you look at these supposed and alleged signatures. Now, if I can't even read the English language enough to sign my alleged name, how am I agreeing to this contract? Because this is a contract.
It says.
Yes, sir.
And the United States will defend them from the unjust tribes Ain't that called witness protection?
Pretty much.
You cut a deal with the corporation, so now they got to protect you. You know, I'm going to give you a little land over here to get you out the way.
But I get to move you when I want to move you, because don't they do that in witness protection?
Yeah, especially if you fuck up.
Wow.
You say something they don't want you to say. You know how they do. Long as you being a good little nigga, everything good. But when you decide to step out of line, you know, that's what them gatekeepers for.
Exactly.
But it's the same shit they've been pulling from the beginning.
Exactly.
Somebody just messaged me and said I'm sorry, Brother Sean, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No problem. No, go ahead.
Somebody just messaged me. I guess they listening in. They said, read the Delaware Treaty.
Child, you okay? I don't hear the babies. I don't hear the babies screaming, so I can bring it up. Hold on a second, fam. Child, is it Delaware the Lenape or no?
They just bought some land too. Yeah. And I want to say, yeah, they just bought. That was going to be my land report. They just bought some land.
Oh, right, I wonder if that treaty is 1778.
Yeah, I got 1778 pulled up on my end.
Okay,
is that the treaty? Brother, text me and let us know if that's the treaty, 1778.
Okay.
Because my thing is, how anybody cut deals for everybody? I'm quite sure if it was war going on and people running around instead of the other, you know, people on the run, duck and hide and all type of stuff. When was this meeting had that we told these quote unquote 5 civilized tribes to cut deals for everybody?
I know I don't get it, because I just know on one side with my people, they showed up on the record as Indian, and then next thing I know, Spirit told me, or the ancestors told me, go check that those Indian records for that particular state. And then they showed up as Caucasian white going to Oklahoma with my people's names.
Mm-hmm.
And my ancestry, so far I have not found any Caucasians in my family. So that was a clear case of stolen identity.
I'm seeing the same stolen identity as well, because I'm looking at the patent and it has 2 names on it. And I'm like, who is these other folks? And this is not this happened to somebody else as well that I was looking at theirs. And when I look at the other folks on the patent, they Caucasian.
Yeah, that's how they do it, sis. And that's what I was sharing with somebody. They were like, well, how do you find it? I said, you have to cross-reference your family records and go at the state level and pull up them Indian records or the Dawes rolls. And more than likely, you'll see it. You're going to see somebody from the family, because in my case, they took the men, a great-great-great-great-great-grandfather and a great-great-great-great-grandfather, and put both of them on those Indian rolls. And I just shook my head. But yeah. But
what I'm thinking is they put them, I was going to say, what I'm thinking they did was they put the Indian and the Caucasian on the same patent, because they had to show transfership. So it was taking the land from the Creek Indian, giving it to the so-called white person.
That makes sense.
Because I'm like, how the heck is the land, when you go to the county tax assessor's website and you just type in Like you could type in Lee County tax assessor, Georgia. Excuse me, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
You go to that website and you could search up anything. You type in a
Mm-hmm.
last name, it's gonna pull up all the last name, all the parcels with that last name attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just go on to Facebook and just go look and see who these folks is. They be like, yeah, I'm such and such, and I live in Opelika, Alabama. I'm like, damn, these folks just tell everything. And you see they white as snow. They white as snow. I'm like, oh my gosh,
and the
this
sad
is crazy.
part about it, they don't know that their ancestors, how their ancestors got the land. Matter of fact, they don't even know how they got over here.
They don't. They don't.
It's a hot mess. It's most certainly a hot mess, but just the fact that everyone feels that that story is legitimate, that out of the millions of people that were living on this land, that only 5 tribes out of all them indigenous people, they fit into 5 tribes. How is that even acceptable to everyone?
It's just,
Mm-hmm.
but how many people can trace their ancestors back to an actual treaty, back to an actual
I ain't found
signature
it yet.
on the treaty?
I ain't found it. Ain't none of my peeps on there.
So
Right,
what do any of that got to do with us? We know
you
with
right
them
there. You
it's
right.
a bloodline thing. And if you ain't in a bloodline, then you ain't counted in that damn deal.
You right.
Period.
You absolutely right.
Because I don't care who you talking about was the king, the queen, this, that,
Right.
or the other. They still had to have somebody doing the work for them so that they could sit back and chill.
Exactly. And collect them ends. Exactly. No, you're right. You're
So,
absolutely right.
I just can't see where any time under colonization that it was this utopia. I just don't see it. I mean, I remember coming up when it was just quote unquote melanated people in the community, owning shit, everything, owning everything in the community. You still had robberies, you still had rapes, you still had killings, you still had fights, you still had gangs. Obviously, it's shit that people do.
Right.
I don't care what skin color you put on it, soulless or not.
They just gonna be degenerates, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
But they do the same thing. If all they're around is each other, then they prey on each other.
Right.
So what do you think they're going to do when they get around people that then lost their goddamn mind and willing to give away their soul for anything?
That's true.
They gonna eat good. And if you believe anything and everything that they write down, they gonna keep writing down shit.
And that's exactly what they've been doing.
That's what that rabbit hole is all about. That's why it's full of goddamn information. Because they like, these motherfuckers believe everything we tell them. They ain't listen to their grandmama. They don't listen to themselves.
Nope. They fight each other on what we write.
Right.
Again,
So,
they fight each other on what we write and say, your grandma lying. Now, you talk about that one, just make you want to slap the taste out of a MF's mouth. Who lying?
That whole part.
No, but you're right.
So we basically, as a people, we got to heal before we can do anything serious.
Yeah. There's a sister, American Heiress, was talking about that live last night. Yeah, I love her. She said
I didn't see her live last night, but I really like her vibe. Yes.
Yeah, she does card readings and stuff, and
Oh,
it
I
was
didn't
just
know
dope,
that.
you know. Yeah, it was super dope. But we got to get to that point of healing,
We got
and you
to.
can tell the ones. I mean, I know that you're a healer, Uncle Sean and Auntie Rhonda. You're a healer, and when you could see things. You could see things very vividly, and you could tell where a person is in their journey, um,
True.
as a healer. And so it's just like you see it for what it is, but sometimes you just want to just snap at their ass, but it's like, let me just bow, gracefully. I'm not going to stoop down to your level. You're in your root chakra right now, and I'm going to leave you there. Yeah,
Child.
we have to get to that point sometimes. But then the healer inside of you wants to just reach and down and just pull them up. Like, come on now, we need you. We need you to heal. Like you just want that for your brothers and sisters, but they gotta
Right.
want
They
it for
got to do
themselves.
it. Yeah, they got to do the work.
Yeah. And I think that's where sometimes for me, I just be sitting on the sideline, and sometimes I'll get down there with them in the chakras, and then I'm like, let me just chill.
Yeah, you be tired as hell. You be
Yes, they will
down
wear you
there, you
out.
be worn. Yeah, yeah, you will get worn out. And you got stuff to do. But yeah, they have to heal. So they'll get it when they
Yeah.
get it. I'll put it that way. But those of us that do get it, you put the message out and you keep it moving, and I just don't coddle and, oh, that's right, that's right. We're beyond that. We're past that. We're to the point where it's about these babies. I cannot coddle and handhold adults when you have the next generation coming after us that needs this foundation cleaned up. And damn, even a foundation, need a foundation built. In most cases, need a foundation built. So I don't have time to coddle adults.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
purging and healing hurts more than the fun that people keep having or think that they're having.
You better know healing hurts. Anybody that had done had to heal, that shit ain't pretty, baby. You're absolutely right. You're right. It hurts. But once you get through it, it's over. You never have to go back to it again. But you're absolutely
Exactly.
right. It does hurt. And yes, it hurts to look at the things that were done and be like, damn, you mean black people did that to black people? Yeah. Or even if it's your own individual life. Damn, I did some fucked up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta go through it. You gotta go through that hurt. Heal. You have to rectify the harm that you can cause. You cannot sweep that shit under the rug and just jump up out of the bed and say, oh, I'm a new person, la-di-da-da-da, and just fuck all of the carnage that you done left in its place. It don't work that way.
Absolutely not. And one of the things that sis had brought up, and it's something that I had been talking about as well, is people who have mommy issues, especially women. They have some type of issue with their mother, and it spills over into their relationships with other women, to where they can't even really build with them properly because of that. And it's like
Exactly.
it's
Unhealed
super
trauma.
sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unhealed trauma.
And I know from experience, I had mommy issues. Rightfully so, I had mommy
Absolutely.
issues. And then I had to realize, like, wait a minute, my mama was 17 years old. Like, let me just heal from this, because I'm holding her to a standard that, true, we should have morals and standards and values. But when a parent, in your opinion as a child, you feel like your parent's supposed to be 100, and if they not 100 in your eyes, you just have all this resentment build up in you. And I had to let it all go.
Exactly.
I had to. And it really helped my relationship with her. It helped my relationship with other women. I'm more understanding, just loving people, period, unconditionally, but not allowing them to trample in my bubble.
Exactly.
You know?
No,
and I tell folks, if your mama's still crazy, you just feed her with a long-handled spoon, but just keep feeding her. Don't starve her.
Yeah, just and keep it pushing, because you know, anybody that's gone through trauma with parents specifically, you know, hopefully you get the opportunity to have a conversation, an honest conversation with your parents regarding that trauma. Now, depending on what generation they're in, and depending on whether or not it was substance abuse involved, because a lot of times with substance abuse, the mental capacity thinking stops at a certain time frame. So the spiritual maturity may not be there. Or, because it could be a compound of things. It could be mental illness, or it just simply could be that they were so traumatized and so unhealed, and now they can't even deal with what they've done to you. But I'm not excusing any of that. And I do think the first step to healing yourself is definitely having those tough conversations. And I am an advocate. I don't give a damn what nobody say. If you need a third party, what they call counseling or whatever for you, go do that. Go do that. You do what you need to do to heal you. Because you cannot operate on a healthy level. And we sit up here and talk about operating at a high vibration, but we're carrying all this baggage. Who you fooling? And then it still shows up in our relationships. We got to put in the work. You got to walk through that pain. But once you do it, and it ain't pretty, but once you do it and you heal, you don't have to ever go that way again. But I am not an advocate of just brushing stuff under the rug. It never solves anything. Because that unhealed trauma comes out in some horrendous ways. You did not deserve to be mistreated, used, and abused. I don't give a damn who it is. You don't deserve that. And as a soul entering this realm through parents, mother and father, it was their responsibility to protect you. It was their responsibility. And if that did not happen, you will suffer trauma. And it has to be healed. Mental health is one of the huge issues that's overlooked in the melanated community.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for me was just when I was going through my healing process was learning how to be grateful just for small things. Because it was like, you could be so mad, you wish your life went different, you wish that you had this and that. And it's like, wait a minute, what do I have? What can I be thankful for?
Absolutely.
Like, there's other people in this world who have it way worse than I did. So let me just rescale this thing and just be appreciative for the small things. The air, the sun, the water, I can go take a hot bath. It's folks who ain't got no hot water. I lived without hot water before in my younger years in college. We couldn't pay the gas bill, so we was heating up bowls in the microwave.
Right.
So it's like when you go without certain things, you appreciate small things like being able to turn on that hot water and take a shower.
Yeah, and that's coming on the other side though of healing. Because once you start walking through that pain, you could come on the other side and then you can start to feel that gratitude. So excellent points. So I pulled up the Delaware Treaty. We don't have to go over it. I hear the babies.
He trying to get my phone. I'm like, dude, where'd you come from? I thought you were
he always finds you. He's so adorable. He always finds you. I be cracking up.
His birthday is tomorrow. He gonna be 3.
Oh,
I'm so excited. He's starting to talk. What you doing? You gonna watch this? No. Okay.
Okay, family. So this is the treaty with the Delawares. Maybe we'll do it next week. Because I already see some stuff in here that we're going to have to take our time on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Article 3 sounds like some hot mess. So we could just do it next week, Nisi Poo, on the land report. So, okay. All right, fam. Let me...
Rhonda,
yes.
Some of the land I heard was given to the Indians that would not go on the reservations. Some of them didn't go on the reservations. Remember, they rebelled and went.
Most didn't. If you think about it, most did not go on the reservation. Because if that's our ancestors, they didn't go on the reservation.
True, and then that's when we got the title Negro.
Right.
So the ones that stayed home and protected their ancestral land, they maintained that land. You know, say for instance, Texas. Texas was Indian territory. They had it on the map, but Indian territory. So the people in Texas maintained, because they didn't go on that reservations like the ones in Oklahoma did. Oklahoma went into the reservations, and of course, you know, the Trail of Tears and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but most of the indigenous Indians did not go to Oklahoma. That's the thing.
They didn't.
And plus, like I said, I busted identity theft where a white man and his son literally took my family's names and they classified themselves as Indians and they went to Oklahoma.
Yeah, they did.
So that proves that my people was like, what? Man, if you don't get the F up out of my face. So no, most didn't. And why would they? I don't know nothing about no Oklahoma.
Well, a lot of them was, shotgun, did not show up, on the Dawes Roads, and they closed them down, I think about 1900s or something, early 1900s. Mm-hmm. But they couldn't sign up for them. And then the other ones were held by shotgun away from the Dawes Roads. And the Europeans paid $5 to get on there. So it was just a lot of hanky panky going on back then.
Yeah, but if you think about it, at that time, that's when we had quote unquote cowboys running around too. And we know that they were melanated. Mm-hmm. And the quote unquote cowboys is the ones that had the ranches and the farms and the towns with the banks and the commerce.
And it appeared on the freedmen rolls, right?
Mm-hmm. Because all that was happening at the same time.
Right.
So what better way to show us as even a further divided people than to come up with the whole cowboy versus Indians thing?
That's a great point.
when they was probably working together till they got to getting people divided, promising people land,
Yeah.
cutting deals,
Yeah.
because it all tie in.
It does. It does. And I'm pretty sure I tied one of my relatives. It wasn't on one side of the family, it was on another side of the family to Oklahoma. And I'm not gonna reveal, it's a famous person, and I'm 99% sure that's my people. Um, and they just left out of the territory. They left and went west. But that was the only one out of the bunch. Not left and went west, left and went to Oklahoma, literally. That's the only one out of the bunch that I found so far. So no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So speaking of land, y'all, child.
I wanted to say something on what you had just said, Auntie.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, beloved.
Okay, I'm hiding. So one of the things that I noticed was that specific ancestor prior to Indian Removal Act, they had close to 10 children. And I noticed that a lot of them moved to different states. Like one, her death record was in Georgia. Another one had a marriage record in Chicago. Another one had two brothers actually started a city in Texas. Like they all kind of just split up,
dispersed.
After the Trail of Tears, because they didn't have that family land. They didn't have that security anymore. So it really split everybody up.
That makes sense. You know what? Because I was wondering why it got to that point and you started to see the families go to these different territories. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, that Trail of Tears wasn't just to Oklahoma. It was all over the East Coast and the West Coast, because a lot of the people, once they got to Texas, they actually went from Texas to California. You'll see, I found some of my family in California actually. I'm doing the genealogy. I'm how y'all get all the way out here, and then I'm looking at myself like, well, shoot, I'm out here too. So
yeah, it makes sense, because I was trying to figure that out. I'm like, okay, y'all stayed in this area for all this time, and now you went. What was it in our case? On that one side, it was Mississippi, Alabama, and then on the other side, we stayed in South Carolina a long time. Well, actually, most of the family never left South Carolina, but that it was Chicago, and then a couple people out east. But I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it was the integration that made them move, because we were segregated, and once they did the patents and integrated us, because we think that 1960s was integration. No, it was way before that, and we didn't get nowhere with integration. That's why so many people was against it. But yeah, that was the disbursement because of the integration, and they did not like the melanated Indians. They didn't like the way we lived. And they also felt threatened because they was on our land.
Right.
And they always felt like.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good point, Nisi. Very good
And
point.
That's why they clench their purses to this day and be looking at you, staring at you like, are they standing on your stolen land? You go get me?
It's like, child.
Ain't nobody studying you. Exactly. Keep walking with your old self.
But don't be walking around disrespectful. That's the only thing that I have wanting to pull this card about what you owed. No, you owed a slap in your face when you talking about what you owed. That's what you owed. And the most retarded thing that I have ever seen was and I can't stand her ass for this reason. Y'all know that broad Anna Von Ritz,
Yeah.
that Asian ass lady. She's a older white lady out of Alaska, and she's supposedly for the people.
A judge. She's supposedly
Yeah,
a
she's
judge.
supposedly a judge.
Fighting for the Pope.
Right. And she got hot at me because I had cussed her out behind the motherfucking scenes. Because that's how I am. I'm not going to put you on blast in public. I bring it to you behind the motherfucking scenes. So she got confronted on her bullshit because she was telling white men, this was a couple years ago, y'all. This may be close to 5 years now. If not 5 years, going on 6. She was telling white men to go to their county or something and file some paperwork to put land claims on. And really, lady? But all the while behind the scenes, cheesing and grinning and melanated folks' fucking face, making it through the rounds of the Moors.
When to get indexed.
Yeah, funk ass. Yeah, honey.
Oh, she was the index chick too?
No, but you know what I found out?
What?
I'm airing all this shit out now because I already cussed her ass out about twice behind the motherfucking scenes. That bitch put a blank piece of paper in that bitch. So she didn't do it. She was there to spy.
Mm-hmm.
So the point I'm trying to make is she had the balls, and she admitted that she did some work for the Pope. Now, am I lying on her? Because I don't want people to think I'm lying on this lady.
She said she worked for the Pope.
Okay.
Yeah, she said it.
Okay. I just don't want y'all to think I'm lying on her scamming ass. So, again, the most bizarre shit that I heard her say was telling white men to go on record to claim land. And when she started getting into the patriarch and returning back, not patriarch, patriotism, y'all know what I'm trying to say, and the republic and all that. So I got in her ass behind the scenes. And I made that woman pulled out the racism in her. Because she told me to go back to Africa. I said, the other person I was on the phone with, I'm going to be respectful and not put their name out. I said, you better get your girl. You better get her. Because I'm going to cuss her out. You better get her. But I pulled the racism out of her. And I said, I dare you tell me to go back to Africa, which I ain't from. Your people got here when? Whose land do you stand on now?
Mm-hmm.
So the point I'm trying to make is you had melanated people holding on to this woman's every word. And still to this day, some of them do it. Although it was other Caucasian people that outed her as a fraud.
Yeah, because she wasn't even on the judge. She wasn't a judge of Alaska. I looked all that stuff up for her for records. She was, the Pope was talking about my African American. That's how he phrased it, or she phrased it in the letter she took for the Pope about we belong to the Pope. And that was under Obama.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was, everybody was happy that they were going to let us go, but it didn't say that in the end.
I don't care nothing about none of that crap she was talking. If you admit to me that you was working with the Pope, you have just disclosed to me that you are an agent. That's what you've done for me.
Yep.
And again, melanated people following up behind this woman. And she started running the paperwork game. And I brought that racism out on her. And I cuss her out every opportunity I get. And we got the nerve to still follow each other, because I was waiting after I cussed her ass out. If she was going to block me, I see you ain't blocking me to myself. You spying on me. Continue to spy on, because every time you get out of line, I'm going to spank your motherfucking ass. You are a foreigner. I dare you. So that's the issue I be having with Caucasians coming out of a bag. You don't have a claim to stand on. So all of this patriotism, republic, melanated folks, you can run around if you want to with that bullshit. That's on you. I don't want no parts of it. All right. So in other news of colonization, I ran across this article, came out a couple days ago. This is from India Today. Uganda loses its only international airport to China for failing to repay loans.
That would happen.
Let's continue. I don't even have to read it because I don't even see the article. Okay, I thought I was going to have to read it. All right. Okay, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra, I'm not sure if you can hear it on Zoom. I think I fixed it, but if not, y'all just may have to mute and listen to it via YouTube.
Okay.
Okay.
Uganda loses its only international airport to China for failing to repay loan, reports.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
This is Bobby Carpenter for 3C Body Shop. This holiday season, we're hoping to improve more than just cars. Join us in supporting our local Columbus Dream Center. We're making a donation on every car we repair. To tell you more, here's Chris Gordon, the center's director.
Thanks, Bobby. We're excited to partner with 3C Body Shop. This donation will go a long way to support our homeless outreach and free meal programs, as well as our after-school activities for kids.
If you're looking for a great way to make a difference or volunteer this year, go to 3cbodyshop.com to learn more.
Uganda lost its only international airport, the Entebbe International Airport, to China for failing to repay a loan, reports have said. Uganda has lost its only international airport, the Entebbe International Airport, to China for failing to repay a loan, African media reported. The government has failed to reverse a loan agreement with China which had repayment conditions for attaching its only airport. In 2015, China's Export-Import (EXIM) Bank lent Uganda $207 million at 2% upon disbursement. The loan, meant for the expansion of Entebbe Airport, came with a maturity period of 20 years including a 7-year grace period, NewsX reported. However, as per international media reports, the Ugandan government waived off the clause for international immunity for securing the loan, following which the Chinese lender can retake possession of Entebbe International Airport without any international arbitration.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
Eating the last slice of pumpkin pie? Power move. Buying your own gifts? Power move. Switching to extra reliable internet from WOW with speeds up to 1 gig? Power move. Get the speed you need starting with Internet 100 for just $19.99 a month. Plus, learn how to get up to $200 on us. Sign up at Huawei.com today.
Wow.
Limited to new customers with autopay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Restrictions and terms apply.
A statement from the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, UCAA, reportedly suggested that some provisions in the financing agreement with China exposed Entebbe International Airport and other Ugandan assets to be attached and taken over by Chinese lenders upon arbitration in Beijing. Last week, Ugandan Finance Minister Matia Kasainja had apologized to Parliament for mishandling the multi-million-dollar loan. According to the latest media reports, a delegation of Ugandan officials also visited China earlier this year in an attempt to renegotiate the clauses of the loan agreement. However, the visit was unsuccessful as the Chinese authorities refused to allow any alteration in the original terms of the deal. UAE, Qatar engaged in slower handling of Kabul airport in Taliban-ruled Afghanistan. Uganda loses its.
All right, family. So again, that was off of India Today. It came out a couple of days ago. Uganda loses its only international airport to China for failing to repay loans. Now, I'm going to say this. You got, yet again, a huge hustle going on in Africa where China is over there pretty much colonizing, and they're getting the cooperation from the African leaders and the quote African governments, and they throwing around huge amounts of money and over there building. And even the sad part about it, as they're over there building, the good high-paying jobs are not even going to the indigenous African people. China bringing their own people over to make that change. Okay? And then on the sneak slide trip, you got U.S. officials, and specifically, as they always do, have melanated officials try to tell African Americans, I say indigenous Americans, to come on back over to Africa. Blink 75 times. What? These are the same cycles that keep repeating itself. So now Africa has been pretty much carved up. They're over there colonizing, and China is the new colonizers. But yet you have some portions of the melanated community up there talking about this is the year of return. Y'all remember all that? I ain't forgot it. This the year of return. Yeah. Why would I go to another land where I'm not even going to live better than where I'm already at? They're literally setting people up to take them off of their indigenous natural land. I just don't get how melanated people can fall for, oh, we carved out this little area for you. So far, I've only heard Ghana. I don't know if it's something else. So who told you my folks was from Ghana? Oh, this is the land of the year of return. But how do you know my folks are from Ghana? And then the catch is, you ain't finna get no land. You ain't finna get none of that. No, they want you over there to shake your pockets, to bleed your pockets. Now, the good part about it, you have had folks go over there, and most of them ran their ass right back over here. So that is the warning. Now, that's not to mention back in the 70s, they had another group, I can't remember which group it was, that had the same return to the land type stuff. I forget what part of Africa it was. And all of their asses wind up coming back to the Americas as well. I personally know two people that lived in Ghana, and they went over there with some change, not a lot of change, but typical middle class, and they were able to live well. The catch of it was The people were so poor and destitute. Every time they turned around, they said they was draining their pockets. They was draining their pockets, draining their pockets. Poverty was so high there that you literally had women like selling their body to the tourists. So peep game for what it is. It's the same story over and over again. And they use these melanated gatekeepers to convince you to go on these ventures. And if you sit down and just use just a little bit of logic, it does not even make sense why you would even make that move. What are you really getting out of it? Because if you can't do anything for your own people in these said lands, what am I supposed to have coming? I'll wait. Because if I'm supposedly and allegedly from those lands, why did it take you so long to even attempt to invite me back? You ain't tried to come over here and get me during all of that trauma where you said I was enslaved. You ain't tried to come over here and get me then. You haven't even built up that infrastructure. You haven't even built up that land. You don't even take care of your own people. You literally allow colonizers to come in your land and take the resources, and your people are still poor. So peep the game on what is going on. It is what it is. So, all right, that's all I wanted to say. Okay. So now I want to get into tonight's topic. Okay, oops, let me unmute Sis Sandra. All right, sis, I'm finna, okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
You know, I wanted to bring up that they're not only cheating them on loans, but they're marrying the indigenous females too. The Chinese are marrying
Yes,
them.
they are. Yes, they are.
Trying to get the lands from them.
Yeah, it's the same script. Exactly.
Yeah, they dating indigenous women here. Also, that's the latest fad.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The Chinese?
Yeah, they you know, they put everything on Instagram and TikTok.
Oh my.
Child, you know I'm too I don't even be on there. My nerves is
and neither.
Too bad, but
I don't watch that stuff. I don't do that. Wow.
Oh, neither do I, but you know, stuff come across your feed every
Right,
now and then.
I didn't know that.
They
one
never
thing.
did that before. Years ago, they would never hook up with a melanated female. Or a male for that matter.
That ain't enough. They don't have enough women.
And they brought that on themselves. I don't feel sorry.
Neither do I, but
and I ain't helping you procreate.
I don't think nobody
sorry.
should.
Yeah.
No.
Because weren't they the ones that said it was a one child only policy? Yeah. And I understood why it was that, because they couldn't feed their people. But they chose to only select the men.
Right, for the military. Now they got the women.
So now they don't have enough women, you know, to marry and have families with. I don't feel sorry for them. Well, and
yeah.
Well, I just know that their parasitic behavior is out of control.
Absolutely. And do you know, behind the scenes, they're literally broke?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mama doing her thing.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting back sipping my water. Yeah, they're literally broke.
And the land is flooded.
Yeah. She doing her part on that too.
She doing it all over the place. People just ain't paying attention to the land liquefaction and all type of stuff like that. They getting it in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's happening everywhere, and people not paying attention to what's happening here.
Exactly.
And still paying attention to these maps that somebody else then created, and these zones and demarcation lines and this, that, or the other. Y'all ain't even finished seeing what Mama gonna do to even understand whether or not any other places as you know it are still going to exist.
That's right.
So, I mean, you might be claiming to own
part of the ocean.
Piece of that, out in the deepest part of the ocean.
Exactly.
So I mean,
it is what it is.
I'm just saying they might have everything figured out in their metaverse and their meta world. No, that's why they keep telling you that it can look like anything you want it to look like, because
as you sitting in a room the size of a jail cell thinking you kicking it in paradise. And if that's what you want to do, hey, you can have it. I don't want no parts of it. I, want the fresh air, as fresh as it can be. And that's if I'm allowed to stay and have that, because it ain't my decision. It's the planet's decision, and I support that. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
So it's about what Mama gonna do.
Exactly.
I'm just
she done had it.
If we in a new dimension, a new era, why do you think any of that old magic, any of that old paper or whatever
should go, right?
And it's not coming. I mean, that's part of the reason we're having the shift. We're getting away from stuff that did not work.
Exactly. Totally agree. No lies detected. And that is a great segue into, I got some follow-up. It goes into what we're going to discuss tonight. Shout out to Brother Charles. He sent the Cashapp. Thank you, beloved. Shout out to you. Let's get into it. Yeah. Now, we got some nice follow-up that blended into the material. So let me get into okay, we talked about that. I think we left off, it was the concept of God, and they talked about the goddesses being wiped out of a part of the worship story. All right, so I'm trying to see the overpowering. I'm in Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Chris H. Hardy. I'm on page 70. The overpowering and overwhelming loftiness of God, the chosen people being regularly reprimanded, chastised, and brutally crushed, and only given commands gives one the impression that in monotheist religion, the earth human creature are of a very low order and flawed. Their mental evolution akin to that of kids. So much so that the stick seems to be the only way to have them behave properly, and nevertheless, they keep making deadly mistakes for which they are mercilessly punished. The deity, on the other hand, is in vast and immense superior position. One who is by definition the supreme good, rightful always, knowing all, wise and powerful beyond reach. His wisdom is impenetrable, his ways impossible for us to fathom. Now she's speaking of these beings, the shit starting Anunnaki now. Who they ain't got nothing on Days of Our Lives, baby. They more like Nino Brown them. They the original Nino Brown them. The original colonizers. Cosmic colonizers that set themselves up as gods. But let's continue. He is unerring and unflawed, forever and ever right. He is righteousness itself and justice itself. As I analyze it in DNA of the Gods, we have here an aggregation of positive qualities in the concept of the one of the immaterial God, and an inverse aggregation of negative qualities befalling the sinful humanity. Okay, so she's just once again lining up how these Anunnaki set themselves up to be worshipped. But originally, that was not the case. That was not the case. Okay? All right, so it says, this is stressed completely dual world vision, including schizophrenia, in which all the evil and shortcomings, the bad deeds, and the sins are the fare of men and women. Our only way to approach the good and the right is to follow the orders to the letter, but even that will just get us a good boy ticket. Okay, so in other words, these Anunnaki beings who are cosmic colonizers, setting themselves up as gods to be worshipped by, quote, quote, the humans, they can do no wrong. Although through their own records, they were nothing but shit starters, backstabbers, adulterers, taking their own out, disrespecting each other, all of that. But everybody else is beneath them. Yeah. All right, so let's note in passing that a being supposedly divine who gives only orders and commands and gets into fits of blind rage reveals an individual and hot-tempered psyche and not immaterial spirit. So now if you're supposed to be the Lord, why is your nerves always bad on a regular basis? Where's your self-control? Where's your compassion? Oh, those traits, you don't have to have those traits. But your humans do. Oh, okay then. In contrast, the laws of nature and the harmonic realm of the Tayo set resonance and constraints without any need for worded commands. Now we have to put this picture in a very particular setting since we are supposed to have an irrepressible flaw. The original sin instituted by Adam and Eve, and Adam rather, and transmitted to the whole species. Now, and I'm blinking 75 times, this is why it is important for you to understand. You gonna tell me what my bloodline ties to, which it don't tie to no Adam and Eve, and then come to find out there was multiple creations. Okay then. And then you assign that sin to everybody. Okay then. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, it's submitted to all species.
Yeah.
all his species.
Exactly. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, that's part of that covenant they done made with him.
Yep,
That's
and we gonna go over that tonight, Brother Sean. I got to brush that back off in our girls' book, because I wants to go back over that covenant and make it clear why I will not represent that bloodline in that Bible. Yeah, we fencing to go back over that again.
Mm-hmm.
We understand contracts and covenants. We understand it. That's why I will not declare that by speaking it, writing it, none of that. I understand spiritual covenants and contracts. So you better be careful what you out here calling yourself representing. If that's what you want to do, I have no issue with that. Do you? But just like you can't tell me who my great-grandparents are, my grandparents are, and so forth, that includes what's coming up out of that Bible too. It's the same difference.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a covenant with Jesus them. I don't have a covenant with I knew them. Those are you all's bloodline covenants that choose that. And that's your business. I don't have an issue with that. So why is your drawers and panties in the bunch when I don't want nothing to do with it? So let's continue. All right, so that everything put together not only are flawed, but there's no possibility of being redeemed unless at the end of time. Hence, the necessary addition of the book of Revelations to bring an ending to the sin and fall epoch, which could be considered, if eternal, a poor act of creation. That's interesting that she put it that way. Ours is the absolute other side of the coin, forever flawed, forever erring, our human condition being one of the necessary shortcomings, unavoidable feebleness, errors, and sins, our only salvation being absolute obedience. Okay? So it says, in the last few years of his life, Pope John Paul II offered some formal excuses for the abominable deeds of the Inquisition, and he did so in several countries who had been shamefully oppressed, such as the states of Goa in India and in Latin America. The Inquisition's cruel modes of oppression and appalling torture to render the population subservient, as well as its two obvious tactics to confiscate the sinner's riches, were not only used vehemently in Europe, especially Spain, France, and Germany, but in the Spanish colonies, Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and Portuguese colonies, Goa, Brazil, Angola, and Guinea. And I just did a drop yesterday where Britain up there talking about they're releasing Barbados from the crown. However, no excuses were ever voiced to my knowledge for the specific perversity of the Inquisition against women, a deed all the more unjust given that all women are potential mothers without whom the males wouldn't have been born in the first place. So does the birth-giving aptitude count for an original sin? Shouldn't it count instead for an original bleeding? The blessings of life? Let's remember Peter in the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, who disliked women so much that he doubted Christ had given a secret initiation teaching to Magdalene. Levi answered and said to Peter, Peter, have you always been hot-tempered? Now I see you contending against the woman like the adversaries. But if the Savior made her worthy, who are you indeed to reject her? Surely the Savior knows her very well. Nah, the side kick to that was that they was married. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know what? Paul was the same way. He wanted women to submit, not speak, like 10 steps behind your man and all that kind of stuff.
Get the fuck out of here with all of that.
Yeah. And so my contingency is that Paul was Pope Paul, not Apostle Paul, but Pope Paul. And
that's interesting.
Those Gospels were written by the Catholic Church because they all had the same, kind of flair as the 1066 documents, about us here in this country, and where we stood and the women stood all over the world. In that Bible right there, they talk about it.
And so we should understand, just by going over this material, the reason why women were subjugated.
Exactly.
We should understand why. So for those behaviors to be carried forward to this day, as I sit here, it's not acceptable. And you literally still have men running around talking about submit to them. I'm going to cut your motherfucking throat. How's that for submission?
They used to preach it in church all the time.
I understand that it's a mentality, and I understand the origins and where it's coming from. Okay? Now, I didn't even know that old boy had went in on him on the Bible like this. Now, I already tell y'all I'm not deep in the Bible like that. But those of you that's deep into it, I don't hear you talking about this part, though, motherfucker.
Well, it says it. And Paul was very clear on it.
Funky asses.
Shouldn't ask questions in the church. Shouldn't do nothing without your man's consent. Oh, yeah, he was on it.
Right. So let me see. So they were saying, surely the Savior knows her very well. So supposedly and allegedly, the backstory to Jesus and Mary Magdalene is that they were really a couple. They were married.
Right, that's what the backstory is.
That's the backstory. Now, I don't know that because I don't know if Jesus even existed. I'm just saying.
And he had children with her.
Yeah, that's the backstory. Now, I don't know if any of that's true because I don't even know if old boy existed. I'm just telling you. That is why he loved her more than us. So know her very well. In my generation, that meant y'all was messing around. That and such and so, it was little friend. When you heard Big Mama say, "Oh yeah, that's such and so's little friend." You knew that they was. Ain't that what it is, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra? That means they was a couple, right?
Right.
He knew her very well. That meant they was sleeping together.
To know somebody means that you had sex with them.
Right, that you had sex with them. And here you got old boy over in the corner hating ass.
On the Lord's Supper, they said the woman that's sitting next to Jesus, the person that's sitting next to Jesus is a woman.
Yeah, if you read any of Dan Brown's books, that's what his first book that hit big. Can't think of it right now. That's what that was about. That the secret was Jesus having a lover or a wife, and they had children together.
Well, you know, Angelo was he was having sex with other people, men. You know, Michelangelo. That was the Pope's son's lover. The one who did the portrait for Jesus. I mean,
yeah. I heard that was his boyfriend.
Caesar de Borgia.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean,
that's all a part of the Catholic Church. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but good for Levi to be like, man, why you hating on such and such old lady? That's his old lady. Stay out of their motherfucking business. So shout out to Levi for calling him on being a bitch. Why is you in Jesus's and Mary's motherfucking business? Go get you some. So, rather, let us be ashamed and put on the perfect man and separate as he commanded us and preach the gospel, not laying down any other rule or law beyond what the Savior said. All right, so Levi kind of went in and put old boy in check. The last sentence was definitely not the kind of dogma and institutional lies religion could take as its own. No kidding, lady. Christ was definitely a force of love and compassion. How the worst crimes against humanity were accomplished in the name of God of love is difficult to fathom. Not only wars, but genocide of whole people and groups. The Cathars, the infidels, the Indians, and Central and South America, the Knights Templar, thus making it the most despotic and bloody religion in history. Widely surpassing the Aztec one. You know what? And she's right. Because the Aztec one was just that area. Christianity went worldwide with it. What gave the Inquisition Church this immense and insane hubris to think they had a power of life and death over people? Over their people. And she put that in with a question. That the people didn't have to think, but rather just to obey and follow whatever axioms they had decided at that time in history were the only truth. The very dogma that they would swap for other dogmas a few centuries later. Gone, Dr. Chris H. Harding. Let's continue. Thus, in the religious of the book, while God made us in his image and likeness, we were notwithstanding certainly a very bad and flawed such image under the blueprint was itself blurred. That's a great point. So now, if you saying I'm made in your image, which they ain't got shit to do with me, that ain't my bloodline, but let me continue. And you a shit starter, through your own records, you admit that you a shit starter. The apple don't fall far from the tree. But yet, you could be a shit starter and I can't. And I have to obey you, your sets of rules that you don't even follow. Isn't that the worst type of parenting? It is. But usually in those cases, the children would rebel. It ain't nothing worse than a child that can throw back in your face, how the hell you gonna tell me to do XYZ when you either did XYZ 1, 2, 3, or you still doing it? You know, that's the first thing they waiting to throw in your face. If you dipping it, dabbing it, and doing thus and such. The indoctrination and the spell is so deep with religion that people that look to these deities as their God, as their father, they don't even throw that back in their daddy's face. But to turn around and hold their own physical parents that actually did bring forth life to them in this realm to a higher standard than they sky daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if that ain't a spell, if that ain't indoctrination, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't want no parts of it. Now, and let's be clear. Don't cross your legs and get comfortable and fire one up. And you think I'm just talking about religious folks and Christians. Those of you running around worshiping these sky daddies and these galactic federation, goddammit, that shoe fit for you too. You might as well lace that motherfucker up. That fits you too. Because you'll turn around and push the dogma. You got to raise your consciousness. You got to raise your vibration. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do this. And meanwhile, your parent, your sky daddy parent, is watching you get your ass kicked, dragged for centuries. Ain't stepped in and assisted and helped with a damn thing. But yet, you'll hold your fellow person more accountable than your sky zaddy. So you ain't no better. All you've done is you've gotten up out of organized religion and you jumped into another religion. I call it cosmic religion. So let's continue. All right. It's only with this in-depth study of the Anunnaki that I understood what Carl Jung had hinted at when he deemed that the evil was right at the beginning of the creation of humanity, and he held the creator responsible for it rather than his creatures. Which is why I can sit and sip this water comfortably and boldly. As I say, I don't give a damn about none of them deities, none of them systems, none of them religions, none of them dogma. Because they don't have my best interests at heart. But let's continue. The confusion then could have its sole sources in our flawed concept of God and what we project on this God image, as argued by Carl Jung and Edward Edinger. A concept that the Anunnaki, who worshipped no gods, had themselves bypassed and swapped for a more scientific understanding of the sprouting of exuberant life and intelligent civilizations in a universe pervaded by a mysterious cosmic consciousness. It was only in the late 4th and 5th century and early 5th centuries with Augustine, Bishop of, is it Hippo or Hippi, y'all? Hippo. Is it Hippo?
No.
Okay. That most Christian bishops and Jewish biblical scholars rallied to his radically new idea that death came upon the human race to punish Adam's sins.
Now,
go ahead, sis.
Augustine was when I was in the biblical studies in school. They thought he was the one who wrote the New Testament.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's why I said, uh-oh.
Well, according to her, he was the one that put on folk that the original Adam's sin was placed on humanity.
Well, That's where it comes from, the New Testament.
True.
The New Testament said
True.
the sin of the fathers fell on you, and you are sinners. That's what the whole New Testament is that you're sinners, saved by grace by this deity.
Right. Even the dog don't agree with that bullshit.
I know.
He's good. The psychological impact of the humans versus God, irreducible polarity. There goes that polarity. The first point to consider in a physiological understanding of our relation to God is the fact that humanity has been fully regulated to only one end of the polar rod. That of the flaw, the sin, the feebleness, thus creating a duality, good and evil. By posting that God was ethereal and above humans, another split, there go them splits, was set, a duality, spirit, matter. Man said the deity of the book was just flesh and no soul. Matter and the body became the object of rejection, loathing, sin, and shame. All right.
You won't find that stuff in the Old Testament.
No. Okay, so in case y'all following along, we're on 76. I'm skipping around. I only highlighted the parts that resonated with me. We have to note that despite the projected omniscience of the deities of all religions, no parole of a God ever offers a sound understanding of humanity's evolution, the process itself, rather in knowledge or in ethics. Each God in all religions states laws and rituals, formulas and taboos as if the societies were never going to evolve, as if they were forever going to reign as deities, even though religions never cease to rise and disappear and societies to transform themselves. Now we can ponder this unbelievable short-sightedness and dire lack of comprehension of the dynamics of life and societies, not to mention wisdom on the part of supposed omniscient gods. So that part. So in other words, they don't talk about the evolution or the growing spiritually of your consciousness. Now, that's not ever going to be taught because that's how you free yourself from under rulership. So now that ain't finna be taught. No, you have to follow this formula that we're giving you. You have to follow this formula that we're giving you. And we'll change the formula when we feel like changing it, but you must follow it. Okay?
It's submission.
It is.
So it is submission.
It is submission.
It doesn't tell you to stop doing it and you'll be okay.
Exactly.
Which the Old Testament tells you, if you stop doing that, you're going to be okay. You don't have to ask somebody to help you, be saved. You save yourself. That's what the Old Testament says. But they don't teach the Old Testament like that. They don't teach it at all like that.
And I just never understood, if you have my best interest at heart, why do I have to submit to you for you to lord over me from a power perspective?
Because he has power. Are you submitting?
It's a power trip. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And these are the things that are taught and are ingrained into people. And when your consciousness has rose above the doctrine, you're not going to go through that on any level. It's not going to happen. Go on to get out my face with it. I don't want to fucking hear it. I enter and understand what your submission is about. And there's something inherently wrong with you that think that somebody else has to submit to you. All right, so it's as if every possible thing was done to keep the humans in a position of constant culpability and fear of committing a sin and fear also of the wrath of God. And it seems it's exactly the same physiological impact that the religion in the Middle Ages were exerting on people. As Freud described it, our self-culpability and our repressing superego, the internalized image of the wrathful father, are running deep in our unconscious. Yeah. Again, these are passed down ideologies that are so ingrained in your consciousness that you truly believe that's the way things are supposed to be. And if that's what you believe, that's fine. You just can't run that motherfucking pimp game on me. At any level. All right. As the religions of the book took over the role of God in issuing commands and asking for blind obedience, the polar opposites of good versus evil became more and more extreme in their opposition. There go that polarity again. Yet the underlying assumptions are still the same as at the time of the Anunnaki, the good being the very dogmas of one own's religion, while the evil is anything that differs. So again, for those of you that's running around swinging on other people for your sky daddies, you should enter and understand, but you hate religion. Let me put that in there. You should enter and understand where the religion came from. And that's exactly why out of that quote, quote, conscious community that has set itself up with men as leaders are riddled with the same fucking religion dogma. It's the same exact thing, no matter how you slice it, whether they want to go the Hebrew or Israelite route, whether or not they want to go the Hotep Egyptian route, whether or not they want to go the Sky Daddy Anunnaki route. It all holds the same formula with dominating men, and it's following the same script. And a lot of them don't even realize it, and those that do are pulling a con game on everyone. And so now that some folks have raised their consciousness, they're just not having it. All right. So, in such systems of dogmas, we find no curiosity leading to knowledge and creativity, no open-mindedness towards different cultures, no understanding of one's own blinkers and own presuppositions, and first and foremost, no questioning of one's own rightfulness, of one's own credos and axioms. As it is, the positive commandments, such as help your brother or help the widow, are only thought to be applicable. Child, let me sip this water. Are only thought to be applicable within one's own orthodox faith group, effectively only among faith brothers. It is understood that it is not only lawful but rightful to steal, trick, or even kill people who don't belong to one's faith group, the infidels, the enemy country, the not us. So, like as I've said in the past, joining up with your gang. And even among the same faith brothers, it is acceptable to oppose and persecute the ones who think differently, who are more intelligent than the crowd, and don't want to live in teethers and blindfolded, such as alchemists, the Cathars, the humble and pauper monks, such as the Franciscans, whose harassment by the Catholic Pope was well analyzed by Umberto Eco in The Name of the Rose. So in other words, true free thinkers, true people that have true sovereignty, that ain't for this bullshit ass programming on any level, those are the people that are shunned, shamed, persecuted, this, that, and the third. And it's been done throughout, quote, quote, history.
We're doing it again, too.
Exactly.
I mean, they're doing it.
Yeah, no, I knew what you meant, sis. Absolutely. This has always been about a fight for your consciousness to consent to your own enslavement and colonization. It's inherently built in their systems. And even when people come out of their systems, supposedly and allegedly, like the conscious community, that shit is built into that as well. That's why I can sit here and I say again, I don't give a fuck what you think about me, what you feel I done said, how I don't like this, that one, and the third. I am comfortable to stand on my own on what the fuck I say. And I have to be like that in order to keep me free. So this ain't about anybody else, any group. It is what the fuck it is. That's why I tell you, you have to be ready to stand on your own when it is going against your principles and values. And most don't have the balls to do it. And that's okay if you don't have the balls to do it. If you're comfortable nested in those groups, I'm fine with that. But don't think for one motherfucking second that those of us that take our peace, that take our total freedom, our total sovereignty, don't think for one motherfucking second I'm going to bend. I don't even bend for my family. Because when I'm done with the programming, I'm done. That's what this is about. It is about a fight for your consciousness to get you to consent to the bullshit. Yeah, witches and sorcerers are free thinkers are a threat to their society/secrets. Abso-fucking-lutely. You could call me a witch, bitch, snitch, whatever the fuck you want to. But I won't be your puppet. You best to believe that. I'm not going to be stroking your motherfucking ego and singing sweet lullabies in your goddamn ear to make you feel uncomfortable as you stomp on my sovereignty. No, that's not how this works. That's what this is about. You have to take ownership of your sovereignty. You have to take ownership of your peace. You have to take ownership of your freedom. And it starts here. I don't have to pick up a weapon. None of that. At first. Because it starts here. Because if you can bring me some bullshit and make me bow down to your bullshit to keep your motherfucking peace or to stroke your ego, that goes against my principles and value and my sovereignty. And it's not going to happen. I will cut you off in the physical realm, and I'll cut your motherfucking throat in the spiritual. That's how serious it is to me. Now, I'm not here to try to tell anyone what to do. I respect each person for what you want to do for you. I'm just telling you how I operate and work. All right, so let's continue. All right, so indeed, it's a miracle that we were able to develop a third force beyond the good-evil polarity despite the religious command and educations. That of science. Questioning, and you know they got a racket on science too. Questioning, posing only hypothesis, and putting to the test what is reality. Strict religious dogmas can only aggravate the split between good and evil, between God and humanity, between us versus others. And in doing so, it can only deepen an underlying schizophrenia and the inner strife between the consciousness full of beliefs and preconceptions, and the unconscious as reservoirs of abundance, creative, and plural life forces. These life forces are those of vitality, creativity, discovery, passion, art, sexuality, and love, the very forces that the Middle Age church, who instigated the Inquisition, considered absolutely evil. Imagining incarnate devils able to possess the feeble women, and especially the woman who had to be plucked out like bad weeds. Yeah, you know them witches? I know they would have had my motherfucking ass up on the stake. I know some of you niggas talk shit now about what I am. And I'm okay with that. Because I stand on what the fuck I say. And this is why I stand on what I say. I'm not going to be suppressed or oppressed by anyone. Not in this realm or the spiritual realm. I live this shit. I live what I say. I'm not up here faking the motherfucking funk and pretending. I literally live it. I paid a motherfucking price to live it. And I'm good with that. All right, so one thing is sure, the strict dogmas about a monotheist figure of extreme good and absolute knowledge could only aggravate the internalized split of the psyche and its schizophrenia. Just a real quick story. Well, we good on time because I still got a bunch of stuff. We finna get back into the shit starter and Ananke's funk ass. When I was, I think I was like 15, 16. It's funny because my brothers and I, we tease my mom to this day, which was trying to on and off get back up in the motherfucking church because she grew up religious, and I just always been that heathen, never really bought into that. So it was this one guy, I think he was like 2 years older than me, that was like really into the church, that came from a good family, called himself having a motherfucking crush on me, this, that, and the third. I didn't give a fuck. So my mom invited him over to the house, called herself matchmaking. And he was a sweet man, but he was so tortured through that religion because he literally grew up in the church. And I just felt his energy as just being this tortured soul with this religion. He was only 17. He had been fucked up that bad from being indoctrinated with religion. So I didn't think no more about it. My mom, oh, do you like such and so? No. Why? He too much up in the church. That's what you need. Oh, okay then. Well, it ain't gonna happen. No, he's too much up in the church. He's a nice dude, all of that, but no, that's not for me, not my type. Fast forward, I went away to school. My mom comes calling me. Guess who in the mental institution? And I'm running the list in my head of my family. Shit. There could be a couple of motherfuckers on that list.
Exactly.
Such and so. It just really, really crushed my heart. And it still kind of makes me emotional about it. And she said, I remember when you told me he was too religious. And you were right. He just snapped. So I was, I think, 19 at the time. So he had to be like 21. 21 admitted into a mental institution over some goddamn dogma. That literally, I just felt so sorry for that young man, and I never forgot that. And my soul told me, see, you knew that shit was bullshit. It's sad. It's really, really, really sad. All right, so if we had known, consider what we would have been if we would have known that God was not alone as a person, but that the ancient gods, plural, the ones who created Eve and Adam, were a race of humans, more knowledgeable and more powerful, yet exhibiting the same passions, cravings, and shortcomings. Because again, the Anunnaki was the first Nino Brown them, the cosmic colonizers, the shit starters fighting each other, messing around with people's old ladies, all of it. That our original gods had a psychology akin to ours, despite the fact they were overwhelming in their power, their knowledge and science, and their immortality. And I'm questioning that immortality piece. But could be because of the change of our atmosphere, I believe, is the reason why the physical immortality is different for us. Okay? But in other words, they ain't no better than you. They just had the science and the tech. And had they not brought their motherfucking colonizing ass here, cutting down trees and fucking up the atmosphere, you wouldn't have had all of that stripped from you, because your knowledge and technology was based on organic, but it was stripped away from you. Okay? So, say we had kept the knowledge we had of them at the time of Sumer, when we knew them by name and were able to see them flying off their birds and instigating violent and extensive wars and bitter conflicts between siblings just for the sake of supremacy. We would have remembered along the generations that we were always the ones to be crushed at the end, no matter what. The immortals would be untouched, only their abodes destroyed. We earthlings in dire contrast, would die by the thousands in piles for their fratricide wars or crazy decisions. And to keep these memories alive, we would be left writing laments and poems for our descendants, such as this one, which named the authors of the nuclear catastrophe that obliterated 5 cities in the Sinai and the Jordan Plains, and described how the radioactive cloud, the evil wind, eradicated all life in Sumer. The evil winds covered the land as a cloak, spread over it like a sheet. An evil wind which overwhelms the land, a great storm directed from Anu. It hath come from the heart of Enlil, like the bitter venom of the gods, bearing gloom from city to city. So that's a quote from Wars, page 337. I think that's, damn, I must have put that book back. Yeah, I know what book that came from. All right, so we would have understood and kept in mind that some of them gave us knowledge and scientific tools, especially cognitive tools, that we were in terms of minds as sophisticated as them in our potential. That only the educated archives data and machines made an actual difference, but that we could and would get there and swiftly. Would we earthlings as mortal reproducing much more rapidly become a challenge or even displeasure for the Anunnaki? So in other words, if you had the same knowledge that they had, would you be bowing down to them? Would you be passing the legacy of bowing down to them through your family lineage? All right, so, all right, we have historical and biblical ground to state that Enlil perceived us as a threat to his well-being when he found out that Eve had tasted the fruit of knowledge. That Adam has become one of us. So, biblical people, do you now know who stated when Eve had took off of the tree of knowledge? I think in your Bible it said the Lord, but them Sumerian texts said it was Enlil. The Adam has become one of us. That is, apart from their genes of immortality. Then, fearing that we would one day become immortal, he expels us from a too close cohabitation in the Eden, tries to force us back to the ground state of the Lulus, slaves meant to toil, and women subjugated to painful birth giving, and forces us into fate and the role the assembly of the gods had conceived and decreed about earthlings. In the Sumerian tablets, we have a clear evidence that some, at least Anunnaki, could become jealous of the created earthlings and go as far as to plan and order annihilation as a species. Or else could find ways to make us more feeble, to shake our growing power and sow disorder and dissent in our communities and culture. As explains Zusundra, also known as Ata Hassas, or exceedingly wise, asking for the help of Enki, or EA, when Enlil had unleashed a pandemic.
What?
EA, oh Lord, mankind groans, The anger of the other gods consumes the lands, yet it is you has created us.
Did you say pandemic?
Telling you that's what she said.
Sounds familiar.
Exactly.
Using vile judgments.
Exactly. So when the Mudflood community talks about, and shout out to them, these resets, do you all understand the concept of the resets? It's when humanity gets to a certain conscious level or coming into the knowledge. Oh, wait a minute. We got to change this up. Wait a minute. A perfect example is the Tower of Babel, the Isagil Temple in the town of Babylon, the territory of Marduk in Sumer. He had built a facility whose roof could be an independent spaceport, a tower whose head shall reach the heavens, and founded there a community where he induced small and great to mingle on the mound. Now, this reminded me of all of the sci-fi movies where we see where like the caps of those pyramids are spaceships. Okay, and in Gods of Egypt, they showed that also, which the movie was horrible, but when you look at it from the myths, the ancient myths, mythologies, and the metaphysics perspective, it was absolutely brilliant. But they even show you that in the Gods of Egypt also. Okay, so Marduk Shitstartnas had built the Tower of Babel. So now y'all know who built that. Biblical people, now you know who built the Tower of Babel. It was Marduk. And so he founded there a community where he induced small and great to mingle on the mound. Given there was only one Anunnaki couple and their very close family in each temple abode, we may infer that the small people were mostly earth humans compared to the great Anunnaki. And it meant no less that earthlings were granted equality with the Anunnaki, access to their knowledge, and a very close and regular contact with them, instead of the customary contract via priests and kings. Let me back that up. Instead of the customary contracts via priests and kings. The response of the one in command was rather brutish and consigned in a Sumerian tablet. All right. To their stronghold tower, this is coming up out of the tablets. To their stronghold tower in the night, a complete end he and Leo made to scatter abroad was his decision. He gave a command, their councils, languages to confuse. Now, y'all know that I know that biblical story at the Tower of Babel. The Lord dispensed different languages among the people. Okay, so now y'all should know. They saying Enlil did that. The tablet thus traces, just as the book, the many languages on earth to one decision. It also states clearly the reason for the angry reaction of Enlil. Equality and brotherhood were not in the order of the day. It was in the in the eyes of Enlil, no less than a sin calling for the death penalty, a grave corruption. The people in Babylon, Marduk, corrupted to sin, inducing small and great to mingle on the mound. So in other words, I dare you have these earthlings. They're not purebred Anunnaki. I dare you be chopping it up with them, giving them all of these science and this knowledge. I dare you. So let's continue. Earthlings belong to a land and its lord. So here, y'all, we finna to get into some stuff. As Stitchin has shown masterfully in the word of the gods and men, as soon as the earthling had multiplied enough to reach great numbers, they were enrolled to act as warriors in the repeated wars the Anunnaki fought among themselves, brother against brother, in the first 3 generations after Anu, such as the bloodlines Anu, Enlil, Nanar, and Nana. That sounds familiar to me. Enlisting men to fight your wars. And it turned out to be wars with your family members because y'all always been shit starters, fighting over resources, land, and territory that ain't yours to damn begin with. That pretty much still sounds familiar to me today. Although the Sumerian history and apart from Africa, the lands are divided by a decree of the assembly. Okay, Nisipu, here's this word, and allotted to members of the royal family. It's the same shit. It's colonization. They're just cosmic colonizers. And it seems that there was a tacit law that governed the relationship between earthlings and the gods. Governed? That sounds familiar to me. Whatever earthling population was on site, this people belonged to the master of the land. That sounds familiar to me too. This was the case even when early on the earthlings were given kingship. That is, the city was governed by an intermediary to the Anunnaki, a king supposedly nearer to the humans, but who nonetheless was generally born of mixed Anunnaki and earthling parents. Do you all understand when we talk about this is about bloodlines? I mean that shit from the core of my soul. You're in an age where you're supposed to know who you are. And linking yourself, your family lineage to these certain bloodlines, and which that's your right to do. Now you do you. I just hope you know what you're doing. Okay, in parallel, a priesthood similarly of mixed blood, or they say parentage, was also instituted in the diverse abodes of the gods, the king often being the high priest. And each line of priest was heading the temple of the specific god of the city, thus starting diverse cults. So in other words, you got these different god worships through these cultures because that's the way they set it up. The gods were implemented by regions. That's what I put in my notes. Interestingly, we have also traces in the book of this kind of possession of both a land and its inhabitants, by the God residing and reigning there. So when I say he who controls the land, controls the people, I knew what the fuck I was talking about. They set it up that way. So again, you want to link your bloodline to these said priest, kinghoods. That's your business. Just know what you're doing. The biblical scholar and Jungian analyst Kluger, in her book Psyche in Scripture, researched the concept of the chosen people. Child. Based on the biblical use and significant of the terms. Astonishingly, her conclusion confirms what I assumed on the basis of the Sumerian tablets, namely that in this ancient land of the Anunnaki, the people born in a city were perforce the devotees of the god of that city and land. They definitely belonged to that god, and in the event another god or goddess would get this city and land as an inheritance, then the people would be bound to serve and worship them. So do you understand how being a free thinker, being your own sovereignty, how that would be of danger to their system? Let's continue. Let's see Kluger's analysis of the key passage of the revelation of the choosing. Note that the chosen tribe is referred to by its patriarch Jacob, Judah, and Israel, then stand for the people of Israel, the whole tribe. It goes, the Lord your God has chosen Bakar, you to be a people for his possession. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verses 6 through 8. Okay, so that's the passage that the lady Kluger had picked out. Kluger then confirms her analysis. Seglar means possession. The Babylon Sugalo originally relates to herds. It means the belongings of a property to its owner. Did you catch what they're saying? Tribe of Judah. In Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 8, Sugala, which means possession, is the king's treasure. In Psalms 135:4, Sugala is God's possession and occurs in connection with Bakar. For the Lord had chosen Jacob for himself, Israel as his own possession. According to Kluger, 3 other terms are used for the divine possession. One is Nachala, ownership of the land. Lost my damn place.
Ownership of the land.
Yeah, ownership of the land. Ownership of the land through inheritance. Chiklik, portion, and Chevelle, the allotted. This shit sounds familiar to me. So again, If these are your bloodline, tribe of Judah and Israel as a whole tribe, do you, boo? But understand what that means. And when I said many videos ago, many series ago, that the Bible is a book of colonization, I knew what the fuck I was saying. I knew exactly why I was saying what I said. And I said what I said. But make no mistake about it. Not everyone rocks with that. Not everyone claims that, because it can't be proven to me that I'm a tribe of Judah. Want no parts of it, because we understand what it is. We have chosen our peace, our freedom, our sovereignty, and will not be under any of your covenants, contracts, priesthood, priestesshood, none of it. So continue to do you. Two sentences are very explicit. For the Lord portions, Chelek, is his people. Jacob, his allotted heritage, Shevel, Nachalato. And the Lord will inherit Nachal, Judah as his portion, Chelko, in the Holy Land. Kluger, 15, italicized in brackets in her text. So she pretty much breaking down to you that their Lord was divvying up and assigning an allotted land to his possessions, which were his people. His possessions are Judah and Israel. Now let's be clear. Judah and Israel, your Lord divvied up and allocated someone else's land. I keep consistently pointing this out to you, but the cognitive dissonance set in. So your Lord didn't even provide you with nothing original. Your Lord took other indigenous people's shit and gave it to you. But let's continue. The connection with Babylonian language, whereas the mother tongue of Hebrew is Akkadian. We told y'all that too. I just said cuneiform. And you can look at the languages. If you look at cuneiform, you look at Sanskrit, you look at the Egyptian language, you look at Hebrew, the shit looks all similarly to the motherfucking same. And Kluger's linguistic analysts reveal, at the very least, another strong connection between the deity of the Book of the Lord's gods of Sumer, who at the time went by, were allotted by the assembly different regions or city to build their temple abode. See, these folks, like today, they keep very good records. They have to keep very good records because they scheme, connive, backstab each other, so they have to keep records to say, "No, you's a damn lie." See, on this day, thus and such was decided. So for people to sit up and get their drogs and their panties in a bunch as we're going over this information, and you're trying to justify your faith in your Bible Oh, okay. So is the problem really with me going over the older text? Or is it the problem with your Lord in them that kept remixing the stuff? And now you all confused. Because your Lord in them, they kept pretty good damn records. Let's continue. In their Hermetic thought, as an Aveda philosophy of India, or Aveda philosophy of India, the concept of oneness, the one, is totally remote from any embodied person and is a cosmic consciousness. As oneness, cosmic consciousness is the Tayo and Brahman of Eastern religion. It is more akin to a hyperdimension existing in all particle beings and things in the universe, while also existing as a whole on its own hyperdimensional level, as non-material beyond space and time, as I position it in the cosmic DNA at the origin. So again, there is a huge difference between wholeness and oneness and balance and polarity. Huge, huge difference. Now, the good thing, now we are coming out of that. As we should, as your consciousness raised, you see the game for truly what it is. All right, so let's go. To get back to the realm of Sumer and Akkad in later and more troubled time, the king of a city could try to appropriate several gods by having smaller temples dedicated to them within its walls while maintaining the preeminence of the temple and cult. I find it interesting that she equates temples to cults. Of the original God whose city it was. The kings may have been inspired by Marduk, who had prepared small temples for all the other gods on the condition that they honor him as the first among the gods, which of course, apart from the initial assembly decree, they never really did. So those of you, it was the stuff going around back in Prez O's presidency that talked about him worshiping Marduk. So, once I started going through this, it made sense. It made a lot of sense. All right. So, okay, he wanted to be first of the gods. This custom is still visible in India, where even in a sacred town of Shiva, with numerous Shiva temples, such as, I ain't trying to pronounce that, y'all, Om Cashapp, there are smaller temples dedicated to other gods of the Hindu pantheon. So that finally made sense to me, why there was so many of these temple gods, especially in India. You can't even turn a corner. The Anunnaki became fatefully angered when the temples were defiled, and even when their own cults were not performed correctly in their own fiefs and temples. They were enraged to the point of bringing destruction on their own temples and their own town and population of followers. Something very hard for us to understand. So when I talk about this partnering up with gangs, when I talk about the indoctrination that has gone on, that's what I mean. Sean, I'm finna mute you, nigga. You sleep. Just like a man. Take your ass to bed. I ain't sleep.
Somebody was snoring out.
It had to be. It was. I knew it wasn't you snoring like no goddamn man. So when I talk about indoctrination, this is what I'm talking about. How deep the spell goes with religion. These deities or beings got so enraged that they would literally tear the whole shit down if you wasn't worshiping in the steps that were laid out. Thus, in the middle of the 6th century BCE, while Marduk's era as the chief of the gods had started around 2000 BCE, the high priestess of a city desolated since her god Nanar/Sin had deserted his defiled temple, brokered a deal with the god Sin. The agreement was that the priestess' son, Nabonid, normally given his name, a follower of Nabu and Marduk, would become the king of Babylon on the condition that he rebuilt Nanar's temple in and it happened that way. But Nabonid overshot the deal by erecting a statue to Sin just as the gate of Marduk's temple in Babylon, and then he upset the New Year festival's sacred ritual honoring Marduk. He set an heretical statue upon a base. He called its name the god Sin, and he confounded the rites and upset the ordinance. Marduk, despite the fact that he had erected small temples to several other gods in Babylon, got so incensed against Nabonid that he decided to search for a new king and chose Cyrus, who had just been enthroned in Ashan in 549 BCE. In Media, at the beginning of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, founding by Hakim Anish, and who at the time fighting the Greeks. Marduk pronounced Cyrus named to be ruler of all lands, and then ordered him to march against his own city, Babylon. He made him set out on the road to Babylon, going at his side like a real friend. Then Cyrus held the hands of Baal, the Lord, Marduk, in Babylon's sacred precinct. Let's note that for the consecration of Sin's repaired temple in the high priestess and her son received the visit of the god Sin and his wife, who came on a flying chariot or bird. So a spaceship, basically. This was, according to Stitchin, one of the last two physical appearances of an Anunnaki to earthlings. The other one being Marduk riding with Cyrus towards Babylon and putting him on the throne. Okay, so I thought that maybe that's why supposedly and allegedly some of those elites worship Marduk behind the scenes. All right. So Cyrus's son Cambyses performed the rites honoring Marduk in Babylon, and after his father died, became a pharaoh in Egypt, 525 BCE. Okay, so you Egyptians, Hotep folk, do you understand what you're worshiping? If you understand what you're worshiping, that's fine. Do you? But if you don't understand what you're worshiping, you don't know what spiritual contracts and agreements you are entering into. All right. Albeit respecting its particular pantheon. Okay, so let me reread that again. Cyrus's son performed the rites honoring Marduk in Babylon, and after his father died, became pharaoh in 525 BCE. albeit respecting its particular pantheon. Cyrus brought all the ancient empires apart from Egypt under the banner of one God, Ahura Mazda, God of light, the whole of Mesopotamia, Babylonian, Sumer, and Akkadian, and Assyria. And then Elam, Media, the Hittite and Greek islands, Phoenicia, Canaan, and Philistia. Damn, that was a lot. So y'all see, so it was really Cyrus who brought in the one God concept. That's interesting. Ahura Mazda's emblem was a winged disc. Okay, I was just making sure I didn't mute you, Sis Sandra.
No, I'm serious.
Okay, I just was making sure. Okay, so Ahura Mazda's emblem was the winged disc with a bearded god inside the disc, where we can perceive the structure of the ancient emblem of the planet crossing, that is Nibiru. Below, this sign of the crossing represented as a cross with the upper vertical branch replaced by a crown, and two scepters with bulbous ends that resemble the eye of Horus in Egypt. So let me show y'all this picture, and I know y'all done seen this picture before. So let me put it up there. Okay, let me see when y'all can see it. Let me refresh my screen. That'd be pissing me off when this screen locks up like that. I'm thinking, I just want to make sure y'all see it. I think y'all saw it. Oh, this is locked. Okay. All right, I'll put it up there again so y'all can see. I know y'all seen this picture before many times. Okay. And also notice that man merce. Or that ME bag that one of them are holding. Okay. All right. But Cyrus must have been like
Auntie, I got a question.
Okay, sure.
I got a question before you go. You said something about that ME bag. Now, I've been listening to a few people's different interpretations about that ME bag. Mm-hmm. And it was something said about it was used to jumpstart civilization. And those that carry that bag, that is like a sign of them being like rulerships, and those are our people. And I'm kind of torn between the two because I'm like, aren't we civilized too? Like, didn't we construct these types of technologies too? Or was that something that was brought and we dove into it, but we weren't supposed to?
Well,
so my question is, did I clarify it, or do I need to just formulate a one sentence question?
No, I understood exactly what you were saying.
Okay, I'm gonna let you answer. Put myself back on mute.
Okay. So she explained it actually in the Wars of the Anunnaki that purse or merce or ME bag was literally technology. It had in there technology, the Anunnaki's technology, and a set of instructions on how to run the different areas of the realm. So that's their stuff. We already had our own type of environment that was organic. When they came and started colonizing, chopping down the ancient trees, putting that dome on top that changed the atmosphere, they gave their particular folks those ME bags with technology and different and sets of instructions. And according to her, in the Sumerian Text, that each one of them ME bags, they were unique and different, and no one had the master copy. And whoever held that master copy was the ruler of the realm. So when folks talk about that was us, I say to them, who is the us you talking about, beloved? Who the us? Are you saying that your bloodline is the Anunnaki? Because if that's what you're saying, then yes, that's you. But that Anunnaki technology, it's just that. It's just a technology that they use to terraform the planet, which essentially changed the atmosphere for their people to inhabit and excavate the minerals and riches from the land. But that's not how the original inhabitants / indigenous people of the land were living. So it's two different things. And that's when the mixing of stuff gets messed up. And that's why I have to drill people and ask them, well, we. Who is we? The Egyptians. Okay, so now you saying your bloodline tied to the Egyptians? Yeah, okay, well, that's you. But don't include me in that. So does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Has she talked about what the M in the E stands for?
No. Somebody in the chat had guessed it, and it was a good guess too. I think they said
it makes me think of mechanical engineering.
Yeah, and somebody said magnetic, electromagnetic. That's what they were saying it stood for, which made more sense to me, since the realm is really very much so electromagnetic.
And then the M correlating with the number 13,
which is hidden.
And then you got the 13 colonies, right? And then the E, which is 5, right? BCD 5, which gives you the 5-pointed star, the Baphomet. Whew, hey, absolutely. This is deep. Okay, I'm a yield.
Okay, but I'm glad you asked that question, because I was just happy to find out what the merce was. Because we've seen them carry around that merce through all of these ancient carvings and stuff. All right. So here he goes. But Cyrus must have been like Marduk, going towards the other gods reigning in the other lands. Thus in Jerusalem. So in other words, if you had one of those merces / ME bags for that particular territory, you ruled that territory. That's why they were fighting. The Anunnaki were fighting among each other, honey, trying to steal each other's merce or ME or stealing territory. Yeah, what you say, they are still looking for the master key. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Thus in Jerusalem, then this is Cyrus. Thus in Jerusalem, he had the temple of Jerusalem rebuilt. This rebuilding of the temple had been granted by the deity of the book, who had accused it in the first place, calling the Babylon king Nebuchadnezzar my servant, and the arm of my wrath against Jerusalem, after he had smite the temples and gods in Egypt. The deity thus ordered, referring to the king, his servant, He shall smite the land of Egypt and deliver such as are for deaths to death, from death to death, and such as are for captivity to captivity, and he will break the obelisk of Heliopolis. The house of the gods of Egypt shall be burned with fire. Okay, so there they go again with they war. Yeah, running off with the bag. So that's the original. Ain't that the original, running off with the bag? Great point, son, Scotty. So that while Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had been ordered by Marduk to march on Lebanon. So those of you that are in the Bible, now you should understand which being ordered the march on Babylon. By Marduk to march on Lebanon, abandoned by his own sovereign God. The deity of the book, through his prophet Jeremiah, sided with Babylon, his arch enemy in past history, to bring doom on Jerusalem for 70 years because some dwellers were praying to the Queen of Heaven. So once again, because they were praying to another deity, drama broke out. Mine anger and my fury shall be poured upon this place, and it shall burn and shall not be quenched. In the city on which my name has been called, the doom will I begin. Thus, in 586 BCE, on the order of the deity of the book, Nebuchadnezzar and Chaldean army burnt the first temple of Jerusalem, the house of Yahweh, and destroyed all the houses and surrounding walls of the city. The curse of the demise of Jerusalem, issued by the deity of the book, had been ordered to last 70 years. All right?
One thing that's really unfortunate, they have been looking for that so-called temple for ages. We keep finding them.
Wow.
They haven't found not one stone.
And I guess what's tripping me out, because they doing all of this fighting and having humanity fight wars on their behalf and destroying humanity because they aren't being worshipped. But once you dig into these ancient texts, you discover that their own ranking in their homelands, they weren't nothing but servants and clerks they damn self. Because Yahweh in the ancient text was busted out as just being an administrative clerk.
Married. I'm married. Married administrative clerk.
Yes. Yes, married. And even Anu, the great Anu, answered to a council of queens. And when some drama head jumped off the first time, he went to them with a suggestion, and they was like, "Nah, you could go on somewhere. We stick with what we said." Now, this is the same great Anu that is worshipped as the highest of high on earth.
Another thing, too, is that Constantine was the one who marched with the cross and made himself king over the Christ. So he's the one who established a one world type religion under the Catholic Church.
Wow. So let me go to, I'm fired up. I want to pull, because I went back to the Terra papers. I was looking for something else. I was looking for the queens telling Anu to go on somewhere. They gonna do what they want to do, and he gonna listen. And I ran across in the Terra papers, and shout out to sis Tressie. She was the one that got me a copy of the Terra papers. I'm also appreciative to it because that's actually, oh, there it is. Damn it. How come it won't never pick up? It's actually out of print now. So I ran across y'all as I was looking for something else. Them saying even in the Terra papers about the atmospheric changes. Okay, so it's on page 16. So let me find it and then we'll bring it up. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. All righty. Okay, so this is out of the Terra papers. This is page 16. But Tiamat was the crowning glory to the efforts of the Lord Al-Al-M with the support of his king Al-Al back home. The administrator was able to develop Tiamat into a paradise far beyond expectation. So let's be clear. Tiamat was already in existence. Facilities to extract newly discovered ores were constructed. Atmospheric conditioning centers soon began the tedious task of transforming the skies into a more suitable environment. Terraforming. Okay? So I know we went over that before. I wanted to bring it back up as a reminder that what you see today is just technology. And that the planet was terraformed on a massive scale, and this was not the planet's original state. All right? And so let me go to page 28, just real quick, for those of you that swing for a new and get your drogs up in a bunch. Okay, so let me bring this back up. So this is page 28. Shortly after the confrontation in the SST Palace, so this is considered the Galactic Federation, y'all. They was fighting in their own area as usual with the dramatization. And then they started fighting amongst each other. The folks that the Council of Queens had assigned to colonize Tiamat/Earth. So shortly after the confrontation in the SST Palace, the Arian, so now y'all should know what Arian come from, Queens, would find themselves facing the looming specter of war with ages of old enemies. Unfortunately, from Zuzu, yeah, I'm not going to read that. Okay, advised of the threatening situation, Anu recognized an opportunity to remove the rebels from power. Approaching the Aryan queens, King Anu made an argument for the removal of the young king Zuzu. So I'm bringing this to you all to once again let you know that these beings that have set themselves up, and this author says that we're just basically humans, that set themselves up as gods here on earth, answer to somebody else. And men that bring that doctrine of what a woman is supposed to do for you, i.e. submission, Because that's what your Lord said. Your Lord bowed down and took his orders and got his power from queens, a council of queens. So I want to point that out to show you the power of the doctrine that has been instilled upon the planet. Now let's go back to more terraforming. This is going to come out of Path to Orion, Earthly Route with Peace, Peace with Justice. This is going to be on page 25. Did I say? Yeah, I said page 25. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay, I got it in there, child. I got so many bookmarks. Let me go to 25. All right. We learned a little bit about ET relations in church in the book of Genesis. Enoch, I told y'all, especially for you all that are into the Bible, the book of Enoch is a must. Enoch and Jude, which report and imply ET experiences without going into detail. We have been led to understand our geographic is unique, not a reflection of other spherical worlds. In Genesis, that our world has 4 corners and a firmament above. But if you read the book of Enoch, he goes into detail enough of the description of the planet. This is not the official version corporations teach us. Funny that business should get caught in mythologies and fables. Funny that academia teaches theories, not facts, just as secret societies teach myths and fables, calling them wisdom. So now I found it interesting, and we went over this before, but it just hit me again because we've been talking a lot about the colonization of the planet and how the planet Tiamat was already whole, already had oneness. And when she was terraformed, that ushered in polarity. So I found it interesting that in page 57 of her book, she gives you this view. I'm going to hold that close up. Child, I got so many bookmarks in here. She has in here, she shows you the description of how planet Earth is set up. Okay? And she's going to also show you how in the middle, that's where we are located. And what they are calling, and I'm putting this part in, what they are telling you is the known world. And the other lands surrounding it are the hidden lands. Okay? This is the same concept that Vibes of Cosmos gives you also. Okay? All right, and so on page 57, she says, we're in the middle of the surface on this flat map. But Nibiru can pick us up and move us out, leaving Antarctica behind. Antarctica is settled under treaty anyway, so none of us are allowed to go there. Okay? All right. So, this is the part I want to get to. And child, is finna get ugly. I went over this before, but I have to remind people when we talk about the contracts and covenants that were set up, and when you link yourself to these deities and to these doctrines and religions, you're essentially agreeing to a contract. Okay? And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But just understand what's in that contract. Right? So in Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. You can Google her book. She has a PDF version for free. She wants you to do that. You can also go to Amazon and buy the book. So this is on page 26. Human Covenants of Yahweh under Anunnaki Conquest. So she's clear about that. So when folks say they don't want no parts of the tribe of Judah, the tribe or nation of Israel, and know my bloodline don't tie to that, no, Yahweh ain't my Lord, nor is Inky, Linky, and Anu, we know what we are talking about. We understand that we will not be linked into a contract. We take our peace and our sovereignty seriously. Now, that's no shade to nobody else. You do you, if that's the contract and covenant you want to be under. But I would want to know what contract I am agreeing to. Now, that's just me. So, let's get on this Human Covenants of Yahweh under Anunnaki Conquest. Again, the planet was already here. It was an invasion. The planet was colonized. The planet was terraformed. The planet atmosphere was totally changed. That's not a being that created the planet. None of that. That's a being that came and took over a planet. I understand the difference. But let's continue on this covenant. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Now remember, the earth that already existed. They just came to the earth and changed the atmosphere. They brought the light, i.e., their version of the light, which is that electromagnetic sun, and they flooded it after they cut down the ancient trees. And then they started a geneticist program making creations to inhabit the now colonized lands and start divvying up the colonized land. Covenant 1 Genesis 2:15. And the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it up. Okay? So as we're into the wars of the Anunnaki, into this book, we went into specifically what was going on in that Garden of Eden and how there was two sets of creation. Adam and Eve was just one of them, and then you had Adapta and TT. And Adapta is actually the one that was given the knowledge and given the high priesthood of the Anunnaki. Okay. Covenant 2, Genesis 9:15, and I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh and water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. Covenant 3, Genesis 17:10 through 16. You and thy seed after thee, every man child among you shall be circumcised. As for Sarah thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai. Oh, my bad. Sarai. But Sarah shall her name be. Child. And I will bless her and give thee a son also of her, and she shall be a mother of nations. King of people shall be of her. And then she puts in parenthesis, Abraham also had to keep records of his progeny while he wandered over the land. Covenant 4 law. This is Exodus 19:8. And all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord had spoken, we will do. And Moses returned the word and the people unto the Lord. Okay. Covenant 5, dysphoria. So this is coming out of James chapter 1:1. James is servant of God and the Lord Jesus Christ to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greeting. Covenant 6, kingdom. Matthew 24:14. And this good news of the kingdom shall be spread to all nations, and then the end shall come. So going and spreading a doctrine. Let's continue. Covenant 7, God's Sabbath. Hebrew 4:9. There remains therefore a rest for the people of God. We have yet to achieve God's rest. Human history from Sumerian records going all the way back relate the gifts and skills and resources with which Anunnaki principles endow their charges. From 11,000 to 10,500 BC, the gods revived Sumer after the flood, taught humans bronze and brick technologies, built a spaceport in Sinai, and renewed Earth's crops and beasts. Suddenly, without gradual perpetuation, the gods made humans into farmers, so agriculture spread all over the world from the Near East mountains and highlands. So my thing was, what was they eating before? What were they doing before that deluge? So remember, that wasn't the first deluge, the flood. So, all over the world, from the Near East mountains and highlands, the gods gave wheat and barley, then millet, rice, spelt, flax for fibers and edible oil, onions, lentil, beans, cucumbers, cabbage, lettuce, apples, apricots, cherries, pears, olives, figs, almonds, pistachio, walnuts. They taught weaving fiber into cloth, making flour, bread, porridge, cakes, pastry, biscuits, yogurt, butter, cream, cheeses, beer, and wine. So I want to know, what was they eating before?
Yeah.
Because they had yet another deluge, and civilization had to start, quote, quote, over again, but it had to start over based on the way the Anunnaki said it had to start over. Okay? So it says settled communities grew, and the gods gave domesticated dog, geese, ducks, sheep, goats, pigs, horned and hornless cattle for hides, meat, milk, and wool. Nanerter introduced plows, first humans, pulled, then cattle. Now I'm guessing. This is just me guessing. This is just me guessing that they had a more highly advanced civilization before that flood, that deluge, and this knocked them back down, or knocked them down to a much more less advanced civilization. Now, I'm just guessing it. With Enki's new grains, they boasted food growing. The first of the Anunnaki's hybrid was named Aduma, with successors begot by Neanderthal women. This is why women today have no trace of the
You have no what? Trace, you say?
This is why the women today have no trace of the male XY chromosome that males have. So we're going to stop there. Let me see. Oh, last thing I wanted to read. And as they began spreading out and growing in numbers, and the need for labor increased, Anunnaki went into the mountains or neighboring village and caught slaves. All ancient cultures in the world practiced slavery. Nothing has changed except the treachery of the slaves seeking gold and slaves whose human traffickers operate under laws of commerce. Yeah, we keep telling y'all all of it is about commerce. In Sumerian records, in Leo of the Anunnaki monarchy, served as prophet of Yahweh by conveying a set of common laws of the land that are still in use today in the West. Yahweh, and then it's giving you Psalms 83:18. Yahweh is the name of the Hu, Sirius B engineer who restored what was Tiamat to life service after its near complete destruction 600,000 years ago when it exploded and it broke in half. As is written in Genesis 1, when Yahweh got here, the earth was without form and void, and it was completely dark, and step by step, cosmic, day by day, Yahweh revived the broken world upon its toroidal circulating heat and water circulating system. So we're going to stop there. Just wanted to remind folks about the original cosmic colonization. I wanted to remind folks about the original terraforming. I wanted to remind folks where the origins of all religions and systems come from. So that's even including those swinging for the Galactic Federation, your Sky Zaddy. Now, again, I'm not here to try to tell you what to worship, who your bloodline is. That's not my place nor my business. I'm just giving you the information. You do what you want to do, how you want to do it, how you see fit. But make no mistake about it. Everyone does not have to follow your script. Everyone is not under that covenant. So that's all I have. With that said, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
It's going to take a minute, but I'm going to say this, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I was looking up quite a few of those scriptures you were quoting.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're all revised. I have archaeological Bible, which gives you the time, the scripts, and all that kind of stuff. The area was written and all this kind of stuff. And nearly everyone that I could keep up with you on had a little teensy weensy R in there. That means it was not in the original script.
What?
That's Psalms you just read. It has a little R. The Genesis, I'm sure 9:10, because I always had a problem with 9:10. Because that's where they started telling you to start eating beef, which wasn't in the beginning of in the other parts.
Wow.
Where they tell you just eat the seeds, the fruits, and stuff of the land.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, somebody inserted this 9th chapter in here. So I always had a problem with that one. So you mentioned that one too.
Yeah,
so,
9:15. That was covenant too.
What are the Europeans or the theories right now? Is that they're Israel. And because we rejected it, they're Israel. So they're saying that they have the right to do all they do to us because of the fact they're Israel. So howbeit that they have concocted the books, because the Catholic Church wrote this book.
Hey, I ain't denying it.
They wrote this book. All of New Testament mostly is Paul.
Mm-hmm.
John, Luke, Mark, and who else? Timothy. Now those were not Paul's, but most of the book is. And like I said, that was the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
That's my theory. Looking at the paperwork for capturing and conquering and of lands and people, that came out of the Catholic Church. Everything that's in that Bible has a little R next to it that you're talking about. That means it wasn't in the original.
Wow. Okay.
So they made an elaborate story for their dominance of this planet. That their
Don't
God,
surprise me.
Their gods came and did this for them.
Right.
That's what they're saying right now.
Right. Pretty much. It's interesting. I'm sorry. I had 2 more covenants to go over. I apologize.
Let me see if I can find an R next to the one you're gonna do.
Okay. Now this isn't coming up out the Bible.
Okay, but the covenants, the covenants is the New Testament and the Old Testament are the covenants. So that's what it means, testament, covenant. So if you go ahead and say it, they don't say anything about what book it comes out of?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
By it.
Yeah, they do. Dig, I'm born here. Time somebody out. Good work. Good looking out. Child, how he was clowning, whoever that was. Okay, so this says the first covenant of Adam. The first covenant Yahweh made, who had sovereignty over this world, was the Adamic covenant, in which Yahweh got a commandment from Adam to care for the garden in a certain way, but avoid eating the fruit of a certain tree as a sign of compliance. The first covenant failed to engage the first couple, and they were exiled. So we already know that story according to the Bible. The second covenant of Noah. Among human covenants, the second covenant, Noahide law, succeeded only in the outcome in which Noah and his family built a large boat and survived the flood. However, the principles of behavior that were given to Noah were not carried forward by human societies. While Jews are commanded to observe 254 legal principles, non-Jews are said to be expected to follow only 7 principles said to be dated from the time of Noah. Modern Zionist Judaism regard any non-Jew who keeps these laws as righteous and guaranteed a place in the world to come. However, there is no concept of justice evidence in this system of 7 principles because deceit is overlooked as a cause of human conflict. So she's going to go over these 7 principles. Not to deny God, not to blaspheme God, not to take someone out, the M word. I don't want YouTube censoring me. That
one about putting them into the garden in Genesis 2nd chapter, the 8th verse, that's revised.
Wow.
All of those are revised. So what I'm seeing is that this is a trick for us. Because it says revised Eden, and there he put the man whom he formed. That's all revised, that whole sentence.
Okay, so so the 4th one is not to engage in incestuous, adulterous, bestial, or I'm going to say same-sex relationships, because if I say the word, they're going to censor me.
I have to find that one. That I think would probably be in the book of Leviticus. But I don't know. I don't really think about sex like that. So I don't pay attention to it. I'll read it and keep stepping,
But shoot, anybody that spent any little bit of time in church, honey, they'd be the first ones to talk about adultery and what's the other one, y'all?
They'd be the first one to go out there and have one of the sisters in the church, too.
Right, they'd be the first one to do it now. But they'd be the first ones standing up in that pulpit talking about adultery, fornication.
Yeah, that's what it is. And they'll be the first ones to do the adultery and the fornication.
Yeah.
So if they don't follow what they preach, why should you, right? No, we should, but why?
Right. Exactly. I don't know why folks are being hidden.
So that's what I'm saying about what I was doing while you were doing that. I was trying to catch them just as fast as I could. I should have wrote them down, but I was doing something else. So it's another elaborate colonization trick to colonize us to this word that they wrote.
Yeah. Okay, so the other one is not to steal.
Yeah, that's Leviticus.
But they stealing. Ain't they lording them stealing?
Yeah.
They lording them stole the whole doggone planet.
501c3.
But the biggest theft was from their lord by stealing the entire planet. But you gonna put a law into place not to steal.
Well, they steal your tithing, and it says you're only supposed to pay tithe once a year, and they say you have to pay it every Sunday. That's not what it says in the script. But the 501c3 prevents them from having to pay taxes on the money they stole.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? That's why I took religious studies, because I want to see what the real deal is.
Yeah, but even with that, although religious study is a great thing, even with that, you have to I got to strip you of your moderator's duties because your account is hacked. Okay. All right. So even with you studying the other, which that's an excellent way to study, sis, But you still have to go back to this quote, what they're telling you is mythology to line the stuff up.
Yeah, you do. You do. But as you're speaking, I'm lining it up with the script here, and all the words are it has an R before it. Every word you quoted.
And then it says, not to eat a limb torn from a living animal, to set up courts to ensure obedience to other 6 laws. Analyzing the efficacy of this group of top-down commands, placing them in the content of physical laws opposite attract. None of the 7 rules or laws guaranteed a good outcome for anyone. Think about it causes and effects now. Those who deny God or blaspheme God can either be praised by some or attacked by others. Those who take people out or take their life can be praised for patriotism or attacked and taken out in revenge. Those who are sexually prolificated can enjoy themselves until they die of disease, or they can get taken out by others vested in purity or revenge. Those that steal can be praised for resourcefulness or plunder by others vested in honesty. Absolutely. Those who abuse animals can either profit off abuse or be abused in turn. Exactly. You see, there is nothing in Noahide law about lying, perjury, cheating, default, trickery, fraud, or insubordination, avoidance of accountability for harm, abuse, or purity. Okay, so we're gonna stop here. Because I'm getting tongue-tied.
Yeah.
Hey, sis. You know, sexual intercourse is one of the definitions of commerce.
What? Come on now, do tell. You done woke up and brought some knowledge. Come on now.
That wasn't me. Somebody's snoring, but it ain't me.
Oh, who was that?
Oh, well, child, we had somebody, or maybe it was the people that's assigned to.
No, it's somebody here by me. It just wasn't me.
Yeah, but it's only you and Sis Sandra.
No, what I'm saying is, at my
What? Shut up, Sean. Don't say no more before you get your ass kicked. I got it. Don't say no more.
That must be an old folk joke, because I didn't get it. Tell it. I want to know.
Now, when you sleeping, sis.
Me?
I'm just saying in general, women, when we're sleeping and your old man say you snoring, you be like, you a goddamn lie.
That's true, they do. No, I was sitting up here polishing my fingernails, so I don't want I take this time
That's
out.
what I told Sean, shut the hell up, because she gonna swing on you. Nigga, I wasn't snoring, but now you do have evidence. But, child, I'm done. I am done. I swore that was you. I said, he done sat up here and fell asleep.
Yeah.
Child, anyway.
I was talking to you, too.
Yeah. She's all like, yeah, Brother Sean. And we heard. I'm like, damn, he getting it in. I'm like, I'm going to have to mute him. Let him go on and get his Z's in. That brother didn't work. He get up early and work. I understand. So, let's get to that sexual intercourse is commerce. Get to that.
And it's the third entry up under the definition of commerce.
And is it the etymology?
Yeah, sexual intercourse.
Let me go.
Yeah, commerce was created by the Catholic Church.
Dictionary. Child.
It's either that or the Webster, but I know it's the third definition.
Okay. Doggone it. Now it's going to try to act up because I want to go to it. literally not letting me go to it. Okay, add to my low G. Let's say online. Okay, there it is. No, why it was acting up. So you think it's under sexual intercourse?
No, when you look up commerce.
Oh, child. Child.
That was sexual intercourse. Some girls had chastity belts on for a long time in history. A long time.
Yeah, but considering.
Yeah, dealing with, it says, okay, let me just bring it up so y'all can see it. And then, Brother Sean, you could tell me if this looks familiar. Okay, so this is commerce. I'm tripping on the social intercourse. Interchange of goods or property, trade, especially trade on large scale by transportation between countries. Yeah. Damn. Trade, trafficking with together.
Yeah, Merriam-Webster.
Okay, Merriam-Webster. Okay, let me. Yeah. All right, let me try that. Okay, let's try that. Ciao. It's always some drama. Merriam-Webster dictionary online. Okay. There it is. Hold on, family. So this is commerce. The etymology.
Got it, Auntie. I got it, Auntie.
You got
I had to go get the big boy.
I found it now.
In the unabridged dictionary, I'm reading from the Webster's unabridged. I don't even know what year this thing is. It's just really old and stinky. But it says commerce on the third definition.
It's here.
It says sexual intercourse.
Clutch pearls, clutch pearls, clutch pearls, clutch pearls, clutch pearls. It's there.
Mm-hmm. So that explains the whole thing with the quote unquote queen being the king's whore, and that a marriage license is actually an agreement or a contract to be able to conduct sexual intercourse.
It also explains some brothels.
And that's where I was going to go. It explains the whole brothel thing and it being the oldest profession.
Mm-hmm. People putting a price on it.
Child.
When the whole time they've been programmed to use it as commerce.
And then if we think about other things on a large scale involving transportation from place to place.
Mm-hmm. Human trafficking.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I think of now for this last little part.
Slavery, which is human trafficking.
Mm-hmm. Child. Leave it to them.
So that's why they ain't ever had no gumptions about it. It's just always been commerce. I just thought that would be something to
I'm glad you brought. I mean, who would have ever known that? It makes sense.
That's why we have to change up how we talk, the things we say.
This shit just need to go, period. You know what I'm saying? All of it. I'm just over it.
Just the way to control you and your money.
And to think, it said that Indians regulate all commerce with Congress.
I told you know what? Now see shit. You needed to stay asleep. Although you claim that wasn't you. You better not let your old lady hear you say that.
She's snoring.
Interestingly, that's been something on my mind. I ran across a documentary, and I forgot. I think it's on Netflix, y'all. Don't quote me on it. And it was about one of the oldest brothels. Damn, I can't remember the town. I want to say it was St. Louis. And I've been trying to find this documentary because I watched it 2 years or so ago. And now I can't find it. That's what I get for not writing it down or snapping a picture of it. But long story short, it was a melanated woman who had the oldest brothel in this particular area, the oldest running brothel, and she ran the brothel from the 40s all the way up, I think, into the 80s. And they were giving the history of that area. And it hit me like a ton of bricks when they said that the original prostitutions in brothels. They said the original brothels and prostitution was of the Indian women. So the Indian women with the European soldiers. And that shit, I literally sat there stunned. Like, wow. Now, some can sit and say they don't believe it, that they're lying on them. Maybe so.
You know, when they came over the Bering Straits, they sent the women first. And they had sex with the men here in this country.
But I'm actually talking about the opposite.
Yeah, but those are Indian men.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Those are the ones that went to Virginia and pretend like they were white because they had mixed with those women.
It's interesting. And so I have been holding that for a couple years because it just hit me. And now to just see this, that, you know, sexual intercourse is a form of commerce.
They got to put money on it.
So, I mean, I'm just going to leave that as that. But when, you know, we talk about healing and healing yourself and cleaning up bloodlines, there's a reason why a lot of this drama and these sick ways are literally in and riddled in the melanated communities. So I'm going to leave that right there because I didn't even plan on getting into that.
It's just commerce just kept coming up.
Yeah. I never look at commerce the same.
Exactly, or commercials. You wonder how
Exactly.
come they so over sexualized.
Exactly. It all makes sense.
Yeah. Commercialize the Bible.
It makes total sense. And I always say all of this is about commerce. It makes a lot of sense. Ciao. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Because as far as for it being commerce, that's not just necessarily as far as for the quote unquote prostitution. You know how people blackmail people into stuff. Okay, I did this, that, or the other for you, so now you owe me this, that, or the other.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't it called like quid pro quo or something like that?
Oh, you do this, you scratch my palm and I'll scratch yours.
You know, you ain't gotta pay your rent this
right,
month.
That's more than a scratch.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than a scratch. Exactly. Yeah, it's literally the oldest profession and trick in the book. And so hopefully now we're understanding a lot of where the origins of these things are coming from, and how even through the quote quote melanated culture, that stuff is still carried down. This whole pimp hoe culture.
Yeah.
That shit goes way back. It goes way back.
And by example.
Child, I'm done on that one. I'm done on that. All right, Brother Sean, you have any more last words besides this hoeing? You done brought up the new definition of hoeing. Doing commerce.
Well, it's time to take care of home, though, family. It's what you here for. It ain't about all them treaties and everything that you aren't a part of in any way, shape, or form. In fact, you're just part of the collateral in the treaties.
Exactly.
It's time we did something different. Not one of these treaties has ever been honored in any way, shape, or form. And the fact that you're trying to claim something through a fraudulent treaty puts you in fraud also. We speak about the deals that the ancestors may or may not have cut. Like Sis was saying earlier, all this old bullshit signing with an X, that's pure fuckery.
Mm-hmm.
Period. So just quit trying to claim shit that ain't yours. Quit going along with the fraud. That's the reason why they're still in business. Yep. Because we're still giving energy to it and participating in the fraud just to jockey for better position.
Yep.
All that privilege shit is up. All them rights through their corporation, all that shit is up. It's over. If your contract ain't with mama, you fucked already.
Indeed.
But I love y'all anyway. Wholeness and power.
All right, Brother Sean. Thanks so much. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
I think I said enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Commerce, because it is tough commerce to get you to believe this stuff.
Exactly.
Because you pay your tithes. Pay.
Yeah. And I really believe that the indigenous people were in violation when they started doing commerce. I mean, it just makes sense to me.
Exactly. That's true.
And I've been consistently saying that. We were in violation when we started doing commerce, when we started selling the animals for commerce.
Yeah, because they do commerce with animals too.
Yeah. Because the fur trade was big on these lands.
Says, you know what type of commerce I'm talking about they do. They marrying animals and everything.
Yeah, doing swinging P&D.
Because you remember they passed that law at one point where that you had to be married in order to have sheep.
Wait a minute, I don't know. Shit, how am I supposed to know they passed that law? What?
Yeah, that was back in the day. I'd heard about that you had to be married in order to have sheep.
I done learned it me something because they felt people was going to sexually violate the sheep.
It ain't that they felt it, they was.
A lot of men did that. You know that?
I've heard of it. It's just so disgusting, y'all. Oh, child.
Now the women,
and then they want to play crazy like they don't know where VD and stuff is coming from.
Yeah,
exactly. These people are off the hook.
They are really off the hook. Sling and Peen and Kit Kat. I'm about so tired of these people. I'm telling you. Y'all better be lucky because I would have shooken all you motherfuckers off. I'm sick of your nastiness. The animals ain't safe. Ain't nobody safe. Shit.
Oh my goodness.
It's just too much. It's too much.
And they turn it around and sell it to you in the grocery store.
The planet is tired. I'm with the planet. I'm tired of just the nastiness and the filth. No type of self-control. But yeah, commerce was the downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, commerce was the downfall, for sure.
Because we weren't able to sell anything.
We didn't need to sell anything. We had everything.
The church set up the commerce. They set it all up. They set up democracy. All of it.
And they the biggest ping slingers of all.
Exactly. You can't hardly. There's about 35 states. They've got contracts with them for them owning this stuff that they're gonna do commerce with. These people, Anyway, that's another story.
I just can't. So it is what it is, fam. Hopefully. Use the information for what you want to use it for. I'm certainly not here to tell you how to use the information, how to believe it, or to believe it. That's your right to do what you feel is best for you and yours. So we'll be back next week. I'm going to finish up those other covenants/laws, and then we're going to get some more into the shenanigans of what the Anunnaki was talking about. So with that said, fam, we'll be back next week. Thanks to all of you so much for your support. It is much appreciated. Thanks to my co-host, Brother Sean, Sis Sandra. Thanks to Nisi Poo for putting something in on the land report next week. She said she's going to go over the Delaware Treaty. So we'll go over that. And thanks to Sis Sandra's dog for putting something on it as well. So family, love you very much. We will see you next week. Peace and love, fam.
Peace and love. Good night.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCONPromeyezed.